has also registered, but I don't know when he will join.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have got at least we have got some of the professors from like elsewhere to join as well.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So
that's
when
good.
Joe is all here, hi.
And
Yeah.
okay. So how are you planning to run the session after discussion? What is it like? Engagement session?
Well, I think I would firstly that we will just have got your presentation first.
Yeah.
Maybe start a few minutes later. So we will start with your presentation, and then we will have got a break, or we will have got some Q&A, and then some of the individuals may ask you some questions about the research, and then we have already solicited somehow some questions, some 2 or 3 questions.
Okay. Yeah.
They will also ask you some questions for their own research, probably.
Sure,
and then, like for example, yesterday the speaker talked about like AI, and then talk about something like the smart home. So that a lot of them, they are asking questions about like the smart home, and then what happened to AI, because there are a lot of people, they have got a mistaken thought like AI, they can like talk to each other very quickly. Quick response, and then the thing is that the AI is something from which that you can just talk, and then in any language, okay? And then from English to Cantonese, from Cantonese to like Mandarin, and then they have a lot of questions like this. They just ask whether or not that I can actually talk to the machine as frequent as like human being that we are talking now.
Do you know, Rita, you should have scheduled my presentation before the previous one, because I'm doing a little bit of 101 in AI as well. Because that's an area that, many, even the experts, not AI experts, but, professionals like us, they don't know much about AI. There are lots of myths and hypes around it. So I'm just providing a good understanding of what AI is, and then moving into the smart city domain. So there wouldn't be confusions like this, because it's a really broad field. And different perspectives have different understanding of how AI works or how it doesn't work, sort of. But anyway.
Yeah.
So,
because even not just about students, even for faculty member, they also have got a question.
Sure.
Like yesterday, we have got a social robotic seminar. And then yesterday we also have got something as like the faculty member also asked something like this, because it's like, I think it is something that is new. It's new to everybody.
That's true.
Most of us are new.
So earlier, in our earlier conversation so many months ago, you said that Toby Walsh will be coming, but I didn't see his name. Is Toby coming and giving any talks at all?
You mean who is coming? Because we have got
Toby Walsh.
Toby Walsh. Yeah, Toby Walsh. Yes.
I didn't see his name among the speakers.
Well, yes. I will also like send another round again.
Yeah, but he's really good. He's the AI celebrity from Australia. So you see him in a lot of documentaries and so on and so forth. So he's a good guy.
We actually have invited a lot of the very prominent speakers. I mean, like we have got another Vice Chancellor from University of Sunderland that will give us a talk in October. So we will try to find out the best of the best researcher in this area. And then,
so meanwhile, you're recording this, right?
Do you need me to hand off the
record? I want you to record and then send me a copy later on.
Okay,
if it's possible, share it with you. Sure. Maybe, I don't know, like how you are designing this, but maybe it would be a good idea with all this, maybe not the collaboration and question and answer, but at least the presentation sessions, if you could put it on a website or somewhere, if people can use this knowledge.
That's great. That's great.
So that would be good, because I would like to listen to what the others have to say, but time-wise, it's not concentrated in way. It's just around the calendar. So probably I'll be missing most of them. So that would be a good opportunity if you're recording them. Just if you can share them
because I have
down the track, that will be good.
Yeah, because I have seen in Cambridge, because the Cambridge group also sent me their YouTube channel yesterday, and then I found it may be a good idea to do something that is similar, like what Cambridge has done. So they just sent us like something as like the Cambridge talk in recent days, And then I think it is a good idea, but I'm not sure whether or not all the speakers would like to do that. So usually by the time I spread the, I put the recording, because this is only recorded in my university cloud. So, but then if you like to, but then if you allow us to like share with the others, that would be great. Yeah. So,
look, I think important thing is just this knowledge not to stay among a small group of people who are participating, but just disseminating widely so others can benefit from it too. But again, you're running the show, so I'm only one presenter. Anyhow, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I would just introduce a bit about our project, and then I will just
Yes,
introduce
please.
about you yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
So this project is actually the IIDS AI and also Ubiquitous Cities seminar series. So it is supported by Research Grant Council in Hong Kong. So one of the research community that it has from the government that it provides funding to us. And then we have invited a lot of the very top cream of the crop researchers among the whole world. And then for today, for example, we also have got participants from many different parts of the world as well. So including some of the senior professors and also senior management of the university elsewhere. And then we are very honorable to invite Professor Tan today. So Tan is actually an Australian researcher with international recognition and impact in the field of urban studies and planning. So he is now teaching in the School of Built Environment, Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane. So he is also an honorary professor at the University of Technology, Federal University of Centre, Canterbury, and also responsible for like research, teaching, training, capacity programs on the field of urban studies, planning in many different places, in many different universities in Australia, Brazil, Finland, Japan, Turkish. Maybe. So Tan, do you have any other thing that you would like to talk about yourself, who you are, etc.?
So, yeah, I actually put a couple of slides in the presentation. So shall I share my presentation and start to talk?
Yes,
okay.
Sure. Thank you.
You said it says host disabled attendees screen sharing. You need to let me share my screen.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, I have to. Yeah.
So can everyone see this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Rita Lee, and I thank your university, Hong Kong Jian University, and the Research Council of Hong Kong for giving me this opportunity to be with you and talking about artificial intelligence cities. And I've done some changes on the last minute changes on the title of the presentation. So I'll be talking on the same topic. It's still artificial intelligence cities, but with the expanded title on looking at the rise and also sustainability of artificial intelligence and the smart cities. So hello everyone, greetings from Brisbane, Australia. It is 30 degrees today, must be climate change. We are still in spring, beginning of spring, but it's a very, very hot day. And I'm glad to be with you today. Just a little bit about myself. My research areas focuses around smart and sustainable cities. And a few years back, I have set up a smart cities research group at my university. So I'm leading this group. And with this group, we have established a research network between Australia and Brazil, focusing on smart city research and practice network, funded by Australian federal government for the initial phase. And we are tackling various sustainability and smart city issues from different disciplinary backgrounds with this group. And also I have my research lab, again established a few years ago. At the moment there are 10 PhD students. The name of the lab is QUT Urban Studies Lab, and we are attempting to tackle various contemporary urbanization issues ranging from the smart mobility to smart innovation precinct development, smart homes, smart parks, autonomous vehicle disruption, climate change, peri-urban growth, disaster management by using innovative technologies, so on and so forth. Okay, I will start my talk with a little bit of background. I think it is important to, before jumping into smart cities and AI domain, to talking a little bit of about the era that we are going through. So the legendary Chinese curse highlights the period that we are going through as interesting times. So what interesting times refers to, according to this legendary curse, is a person facing complexity, uncertainty, and catastrophic events in their lifetime. I think this is quite explaining what we are going through in recent decades, our world. So I just set them into 7 major areas, and I'll talk a little bit of global challenges to give a little bit of context to the smart city and artificial intelligence discussion. So as human race, we are on the face of the earth as a primitive versions of us, Homo sapiens, about 300,000 years. And at the end of Ice Age, about 200,000 years ago, we were almost facing extinction. There were only few 10,000s of us around the world. But however, with the lack of moving to a Holocene era, geological era, and also providing opportunities for improving our living conditions with the help of our advancing technology, knowledge, and wisdom. Through years, we have managed to establish a more safe living environment for us. So at the year of 1800, we have the world population has for the first time reached 1 billion. This is an amazing journey from 10,000s to billion within a relatively short period of time. And at that time, at this year, the sustained million, the first city in the world that actually reached 1 million and sustained over the years was London. Roman Empire time, Rome reached 1 million, but after the collapse of the Rome, the population declined very dramatically. So, but what happened during the last 200 years, 2 centuries and a bit, from billion, we have almost today 7.8 billion. So the population exponentially increased now. We have close to 8 billion people living in the world. London is slightly over 9 million, but today we have, for example, Tokyo metropolitan region, over 40 million people housed there, and there are over 30 mega cities which more than 10 million population, and London no more recognized as a mega city. So this increased, and the population projections, which is worse, is the good and bad estimates forecasts are showing us that by the end of the century we could be somewhere between 9 or 12 billion people. And where the most of the development is most likely will be in terms of megacity developments in the major metropolitan regions with lots of peri-urban expansion. So this has consequences, this extensive human growth has consequences and alarming causes, particularly in the water, food, and energy insecurity for us. The second area highly linked with this one is the rapidly depletion of the natural resources and the impacts of climate change. So this increase of the population and urbanization has unfortunately been unsustainable. So this unsustainable development is pushing the limits of world's carrying capacity. We are probably, about past the world's carrying capacity already. So along with this, the fossil fuel dependency and limited clean energy opportunities. So today only close to a quarter of the world energy is produced from renewables. That means that 75% comes from fuel, coal, gas, so on and so forth. along with this impact on the climate and biodiversity is resulting in increased anthropogenic impacts on the climate change, on the severity and frequency increases on natural disasters. And the third area is technology, or more specifically technology or digital inequality and disruptions. While most of us see technology as a savior and helps us panacea to solve these previously mentioned problems, to a degree this is correct, but also technology hasn't been shared equitably. So today there are about 4 billion mobile phones around the world, and 2.5 billion people uses social media. That looks like we are all connected and we all have the smartphones or gadgets. But actually, if you look in detail, among this large population, there are serious data access, broadband and data speed issues occurring. So not necessarily a person having a low technology smart mobile phone means that they are as privileged as the one that who could update their mobile phones annually when or every other year when there's a new version comes. So the technology, while it has provided some solutions, the speed and bandwidth issues are still major problems that we need to tackle. And that technological perspectives is creating high-tech premium ecological enclaves, which only the rich minorities can extensively benefit from the technology's opportunities. And also we need to think about, given that only a quarter of the energy comes from renewable resources, that this heavy energy depending technologies like the one that we are using now, Zoom, is actually using some of the energy, at least 3/4 the energy is coming from non-renewable sources. So contributing to the climate change and environmental degradation. The fourth area is the misuse of data and information. So it is great, isn't it? So we have gone through the first and second digital revolution, and now computers and internet is at the service of everyone. Their speed is Murphy laws every 18 months is doubling. That sounds all great, and especially with the social media, there's a lot of big data on there. People are creating their own contents. That's well and good, great, but there are also serious data integrity issues as well. The fake news are impacting people's opinions significantly all across the world. So some examples: Facebook and WhatsApp targeted campaigns impacting the election results of 2016 US presidential, 2018 Brazilian presidential, 2016 Brexit. And these are the ones that we confidently know that's the case. So probably there are more cases as well. So this misinformation is only protecting the interest of the certain political elites or groups. The fourth area or major challenge is one of the substantial ones, like the others ones, ruthless neoliberal economies. So today, we can say that the pandemic made everything much worse, but the world is going through a serious recession. And this is impacting people, everyone, and obviously those groups that are minority, that are disadvantaged, low socioeconomic groups, much strongly. And beyond the pandemic, the neoliberal capitalism, consumerism, materialistic practices of us, mainly coming from the neoliberal economic perspectives, is producing, contributing to the production of these social inequalities. And social inequity is widely deepening around the world. And 8 people in the world owns the assets more than the lower half of the 3.6 billion people. This is one simple indication of this injustice. The next one is conflicts in terms of global, regional, and local conflicts. We always had the last 100,000, 300,000 years of human history. We always have conflicts, but I think over, resources, land, and power. So this is embedded in our DNA. I think that will continue forever. But the nature of the wars are started to change as we, as a human race, becoming more sophisticated. Not necessarily a better kind. Now we are talking about cyber warfare. Countries are being attacked by another enemy countries or unfriendly countries regularly, their infrastructure, so on and so forth. So when we couple this with climate change, wars in different types of economic wars, the diplomatic wars, and actually armed conflicts, making a lot of people refugees. So we have one of the major issues that we are talking today is the world refugees and how to tackle this issue. And the last area is again similar to technology. You think that governance is designed to solve all these problems. This is the whole purpose of the governance, is bring law and order and justice to the society. But unfortunately, the corrupt or ineffective governance with the short-termism in political circles, corporate influence, and degrees of corruption in every country, unexceptionally, making governments not actually part of the solution, but it's contributing to these problems as well. Just one good example is Paris Agreement has been signed by 197 countries. I think there are 200 countries in the world, so unexceptional, almost 99.999% of the countries signed it. And at similar level, 189 ratified them in their member of parliaments. But however, since then, there has been no or very little progress due to non-government action. So the world's biggest problem, everyone agrees on it, no one does anything. Okay, that's not a very good governance practice. Okay, with this opening, I'm just now moving towards more the core focus of our talk, which is smart cities. So the generic definition is of smart cities is a urban locality where at the core we have digital data and technology to generate economic, social, and sustainable outcomes for the city. This is the generic definition, widely accepted definition. So few people, scholars, disagree with this generic definition, and they develop their own conceptualization. So myself with my team, we have done something similar. So in this framework, we have used, and we wanted to look at the issue more comprehensively than providing all the positive outcomes in economy, society, and environment domain. So our conceptualization uses the basic urban planning process, which you have the input, you process, governance mechanism, policy, so on and so forth, to produce the desired outcome. So input, process, output model, generally known the impact as well, because desired impact is what we want to reach. So as the input, you see in the middle, we have the city, the indigenous assets of a city. So what you have in a city, everything, including its, people, physical, social, environmental assets, that creates the input of the model. So this model, this input, what a city can offer, its potentials, can only be processed with the trio of technology, policy, and community together. So this trio is quite critical, because with the absence of one, you cannot develop a model, policy-making or decision-making model that would work effectively, efficiently, and produce the outcome. So technology at the core, but at the same time, right policy and community engagement in it as well. Through these drivers, three drivers, the assets can be turned into outputs, and we use the smart city key domains, or any city's key domains: economy, society, environment, and governance. Some of the exemplar outputs from economy, desired output: increased productivity, innovation, society-wise, livability, well-being; environment-wise, improved sustainability and accessibility; and governance-wise, good governance and planning. Within these outcomes, if they can be delivered in the lines of the principles of the sustainable and knowledge-based urban development, that could create a smart and sustainable city, which is the overall desired impact or result of this process. So, and with this, our definition. Our definition is along the lines of that type of city functions as a robust systems of systems. This is critical because a city contains various layers and systems that are interconnected with each other. So we cannot just solely look few of them and create solutions. With the failing of one of them, that will impact the others. And that has to be sustainable practice as well, both in terms of sustainable bottom line approach and also long-term prospects. And that such system and development practices should be supported by technology, community, and policy, and that would generate desired outcomes for and features for whole humanity, not just some privileged groups, and also not only humans, but flora, fauna, so environment as well. Next, I'll talk a little bit about the research we have been doing the last few years here at QUT with the QUT Smart City Research Group. So we have looked at 76 local government areas. This is the entire local government areas from the Queensland, and we put them under the microscopes from the smart city perspective, and we evaluated their performances. And this was 2 years ago. Earlier this year, we released a new version of this report, but this time not only Queensland, we looked at entire Australian 180 largest local government areas that houses two-thirds of the entire Australian population. So these reports are available free access online. And also most recently, we also looked at did they undertake a social media analytics through Twitter, and we wanted to capture that how smart city concepts and technologies perceived in Australia. And that study, these three studies have shown us that in Australia, the primary concepts associated with smart cities are innovation and sustainability, and primary technologies are Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. So from that perspective, our research moved more towards looking at how artificial intelligence collide with the cities and what features it can generate. So the top two technologies cited as artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, but today we see them together. In the past, they were looked like two separate things, but artificial intelligence of things are the combined approach of the power of both technologies to create more efficient operations and improve the data management analytics capabilities. And also with a similar manner, the artificial intelligence, it's becoming a very powerful tool being desired by many organizations, local or government or private, that the lack of knowledge and maybe funds are pushing them to actually seek alternatives and seek services such as artificial intelligence as a service with more with lower institutional risk in adopting them. So along with this trend, we wanted to see that how artificial intelligence plays and could play a major role in our cities. But as an academic, we wanted to first understand what artificial intelligence is, so we make sure that we are on the right track by interpreting it. So again, the broad definition of artificial intelligence, Shelkov's one, it's machines, computers, or software, or even algorithms that mimic cognitive functions of us, our mind, including learning and problem solving. But this was quite broad. So I think earlier, before the presentation, we were having a chat with Rita. She was mentioning that not many people actually understand what AI is. So if you take the broader perspectives, it becomes really ambiguous. So we created this little bit of simple conceptualization of what AI and what levels exist. So my colleague Federico Cugurulo from Ireland and myself, we have been thinking of this for quite some time. And this is the approach that we come with. At the bottom of the pyramid, we have reactive machines. The example is 1997 Deep Blue IBM's beat chess champion Kasparov. So this brought the AI probably on the minds of so many people as a potential practical tool in our life. But these very early example of AI, it was, in my view, it hardly is an AI. It is more a software designed to take one single task, but it doesn't learn from what it does. It doesn't improve itself. So it's not a true AI, but in the literature, it's considered as reactive machines, as the primitive version of AI. Then the next level, we have independent AI. So again, in 2016, the AlphaGo beat the Korean champion Google AlphaGo team, and that was one of the examples of the learning software that actually improving itself. And we have a number of those independent AIs today. Although it's called independent, it's still human supervision exists there. Chatbots, virtual assistants, self-driving vehicles are part of this independent or low limited memory AI. And these two levels actually forms the artificial narrow intelligence. This is what we have currently in the world, to our knowledge, as an AI today. So the next two levels are speculative, hasn't been developed. The next level is level 3, is the mindful AI. It's a concept in progress at the moment, but there isn't any substantial outcomes so far, to my knowledge. So that level basically forms the artificial general intelligence when it's realized. So it will be AI agents that are like human. Could complete the functions of human. And the next level is the ultimate AI level, or super AI level. Is fully hypothetical at this stage. There are lots of science fiction or novels and scientific books on this as well. But when we reach to the super AI level, it will be exceedingly do everything better than any of us can do in the world and in any task. So we watch a lot of or read a lot of science fictions with the AI's killer robots, so on and so forth, ending the world, super intelligence taking over, so on and so forth, turning us into batteries. Yes, there's such risk. But why do we take this pathway? Why do we develop super AI? Obviously, it won't develop itself unless we do something. We don't develop the initial super AI. So the reason is, the justification is, which I believe in, that as a species, even if we somehow turn into world in the most sustainable place, there is something will happen down the track. It could be million years or billion years, and the Earth itself will become uninhabitable from various reasons, meteor to, you know, the end of Earth's life. So we eventually, in order to continue our civilization, we need to move to a different planet, maybe different galaxy. So in order to do that, our capabilities will never be enough for that without the tools such as artificial intelligence we develop. So for planetary civilization, we need super AI. Okay. From now on, the entire presentation will focus on artificial narrow intelligence. This is what we have at the moment. This is our technological abilities for quite some time, maybe century or two. So what is artificial narrow intelligence in practical terms? Again, it's a software. It needs to do at least one of the listed capabilities: perception, decision-making, prediction, knowledge extraction, pattern recognition, interactive communication, or logical reasoning. So in the case it does one of those or more, it qualifies as artificial narrow intelligence. The AI domain, for if you're not an expert in AI, is actually very complex. So the last few years I was seeking for something that actually I can put my mind into and to understand a little bit of what is AI, not in terms of definition, but we have all these application tools and paradigms and domains. Finally, a couple of years ago, I found something that actually makes sense to me. So this is Korea's 2018 conceptualization or classification, or you can call it knowledge map on AI. So Korea, this is published in Forbes magazine. Actually, just put together the key AI problem domains as on the y-axis: perception, reasoning, knowledge, planning, and communication, and on the x-axis: symbolic, statistical, and sub-symbolic tools such as logic-based, knowledge-based paradigms, such as knowledge-based, probabilistic, supervised, unsupervised, reinforced learning, embedded, and intelligence, and search and optimization. So I think this is the clearest conceptualization of the specific AI paradigms and domains so far created. And I've been using this and quite a lot. So given that we say that AI is here in terms of narrow artificial intelligence, and it's going to create, or even started to create, a revolution or disruption in the societies and in society. So what are those? So we can start from the upper left corner, that many universities are trialing autonomous shuttle buses. Many cities in the world, over 100 now, have pilot tests of autonomous vehicles. A lot of regulation activities going in this domain also. So the robot dog of Lima from Singapore is working as a social distancing robot dog. It's in Singapore. It's much cuter than the Dubai's Robocop. That is in practice last 2-3 years to curb the petty crime. And in hospitals, we have social and medical robots. And this is the picture of this gentleman. Is the, I'm not sure whether current, but CEO or the general manager of Hong Kong Airport. And as facial recognition has been used as one of the good examples of facial recognition on airport passengers from Hong Kong. And all smartphones have some sort of assistant, either Siri or Google Assistant. Our homes have home domestics helping with the energy or security issues. Many companies have adopted on their websites chatbots. Sometimes they're quite annoying. They keep giving you the same answer, but I think they're still useful. In environmental science, particularly at universities and environmental studies institutions, machine learning drones have been used extensively. My university have an award-winning project on determining koala populations through machine learning AI-linked drones in remote areas. Along with this, I think all of these examples are the tip of the iceberg. The real heavy use of artificial intelligence is at the data analytics, in our case, urban analytics, in descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analytics are the main uses of AI technologies. So again, with my friend Federico, we have been thinking about to name artificial intelligence that belongs to cities. So we come up with this definition that what urban artificial intelligence is, where AIs that are embedded in urban spaces, urban infrastructures, urban technologies, they all together are turning our cities into, or will turn our cities into, autonomous entities operating in an unsupervised manner. So the rest of the conversation, I'll talk about whether this is a good thing or bad thing, or somewhere between. What are the prospects and constraints are turning our cities in autonomous entities operating in relatively unsupervised manner. And the next part, I'll talk about the AI and smart city symbiosis, if there is one, or how it can be created. So for this, we looked at the literature. We reviewed hundreds peer-reviewed journal articles in a systematic literature review study we published earlier this year. And we used the smart city key 4 domains: economy, society, environment, and governance, focusing in our study. And in terms of economy, the predominant AI use in the context of smart cities are for technology innovation, productivity, profitability, and management areas. Data management, automation is the key area to boost productivity and innovation of companies. Reducing cost by increasing the resources through pattern recognition, another area. Using big data or large data from multiple sources to support decision makings in enterprises and local government areas are part of the key practice areas of AI. And also using informed decisions through logic, reasoning, and intuition with various AI tools are part of the economy domain main tools, AI tools used. In terms of society, the predominant areas focus on health, well-being, and education. Particularly in health, AI use are extensive and exponentially growing year by year. Smart sensors and analytics are used for health monitoring. Medical imaging analytics are one of the key areas of AI in the medicine. In terms of education, especially when we are moving into online teaching and learning compulsorily due to a pandemic, and probably that will continue for quite some years afterwards. If not, it will become a norm. The use of AI in the education system, learning and teaching, is becoming one of the prominent areas. Autonomous tutoring system is one of those. And the other, I believe that's more important aspect or big contribution is the personalized learning. Because as an educator, we know that everyone's capability and skill set are very different, and their learning approaches, techniques are very different. And a personalized learning, if it's done adequately, could improve the learning outcomes for those individuals. Environments, in terms of transport, energy, land use, and natural environments are the main areas. Today, with the technology disruption is bringing, for example, new transport systems. Hong Kong is one of the leaders of adopting smart transport systems and being one of the leaders in the world. Mobility as a system, mobility as a service is I think a way to go to expand the demand, bring together and integrate the demand responsive transport and mobility systems in the cities. There are some trials are going on in Australia as well. Helsinki, Singapore are among the countries that are trialing and using this mobility as a system, which is highly AI intensive platforms and operations. And another area is domotics, home automation, particularly in energy production and consumption. Remote sensing, the classical technique now married with the autonomous drones, AIoT drones through machine learning or other AI tools are providing monitoring opportunities on the natural environment. And again, climate models today are heavily using machine learning algorithms to predict the climate change risks. Okay, because environment is the area that my heart beats, I add an additional slide on environment as well. So although the main focus are cities, but cities are not independent or localities. So if they are part of the planetary systems, like like arteries of the world, they're all connected and they all influence each other and they are impacted by the planetary changes. So colleagues from MIT recently published an article looking at the use of AI in terms of addressing sustainable urban development goals, sustainable development goals of UN. So their studies are actually looked at both positive and negative consequences of AI use for sustainable development goals, for each 17 sustainable development goals. So the positive impacts, 79%, very significant, but also there are 35% negative consequences of AI in terms of addressing these sustainable development goals. And also there's a table on the right as well. If you're wondering about the various planetary challenges and how AIs are being used in different areas. Okay, the last domain is the governance domain. It is becoming a very powerful tool for governments, particularly the federal and also local governments as well, to address the security issues for better governance and decision making. I'll leave the first A to the last and continue with the example contribution of B. Predictive analytics as part of planning and designing and management of either pandemic or other natural disasters are the key elements now. And the last 6 months, we have seen that how predictive analytics actually work in determining potential coronavirus vulnerable communities or potential spread locations. Surveillance systems, this is kind of double-edged sword. We talk about a little bit of privacy issues is there, but in general, many local governments that can afford or prioritize or come with the smart city policy started to install these smart poles. We saw a lot of examples around the world. Hong Kong is being them. Brisbane, my city, has installed a number of them with AI OT technologies. So again, there are good or bad uses of surveillance technology, so I'm not going into details of those. And the next one is the cybersecurity, although most of the cybersecurity issues caused by the use of AI as a tool to breach. But at the same time, AI is at the other side as well, other side of the firewall, trying to identify the threats and determine the incident data and warn for action. The first one, the A, is quite interesting, and I've been doing some research for quite some time on that. how we can assist citizen scientists. So one way of is, going heavily on the technology, put smart poles every corner of the, of a city, which is highly costly. But anyway, let's say money isn't an issue. We could do that. But also there is another solution to it, that there are 7.8 billion people. In the case that governments could provide, which there are examples of that in the world, with the technology and tool for citizen scientists, individuals to actually capture either problem or threat or the positive achievements within the cities, that can actually provide a good insights into informed decision making. So again, the human oversight on AI is a useful approach in better governance. So despite that, I mostly talk about positively about AI. I'm one of those that are highly skeptical of AI, mainly because it is a technology tool that we have, for example, nuclear power as a technology tool. We have seen that how positively and negatively it can be used in the course of our short history. The similar that AI in the context of cities that could provide either deliver these promises or pitfalls. While you are browsing these two columns, then I also like to highlight the importance of not over exaggerating the capabilities of the current AI. So I think this cartoon or caricature that symbolized this quite well, that some of the tools that I was using 20 years ago in statistics, now they're part of machine learning, and some can actually call them as artificial intelligence. So there is this risk that overemphasizing the capabilities and making people expect more from a technology that hasn't matured. Okay, I'm not sure how am I going with the time, but I'm getting closer to the end. So we talk about smart cities, we talk about AI, both of them have long way to go. So how can we improve, consolidate our cities? One way of doing is we need a better AI to improve the function and effectiveness, efficiencies of our cities. So that could be a way forward. So, but then this comes with a number of tasks that we need to undertake, which is very similar to what we discussed at the beginning in terms of challenges. Another 7 key items here, key issues and consolidation areas for AI. So the first one is stakeholder engagement. So what I'm talking in general is AI in terms of an AI that is aligned with the goals of not technology companies to increase their profit, not governments to suppress and control the population, but in general, social good for everyone on the planet and everything on the planet. So it's consolidating the key issues. The consolidate is consolidating a sustainability oriented AI through stakeholder engagement. So in general, AI technologies are created, developed, and implemented solely, in most cases, 100% through technology companies, without any or much consultation with wider interest groups or stakeholders. With the lack of this active collaboration, we cannot develop an AI that is accepted and seen useful for the broader communities. So the engagement ideally takes place in the form of a quadruple helix approach that brings together private, public, academia, and communities together in the development, decision, and implementation stages. That can improve the caliber of the sustainability of the potential AI technology. And this is part of inclusion, and this is part of democratic approach to AI as well. So in sustainability research, we talk about common features. So we need to establish common features through AI as well, through more proper and democratic governance tools and mechanisms in place. Because AI technology is impacting pretty much entire populations in the cities. The second issue is, again, it's interlinked with the first one, is the trust issue. AI is a black box in nature. Even people who design AI, I've done very small Python-based applications that what you do is you train the AI to learn, machine learning to learn, and then it replicates this process. So this is highly risky because you're assigning some task and some goals, and you're giving the AI some criteria to learn from this. And it's black box, then afterwards you can only see the results of it rather than knowing the entire process, how actually AI enhance itself, if the enhance is a correct word. So without such transparency, which probably will never happen, AI may fail in life or death contexts, cybersecurity vulnerabilities that impacts all populations. So therefore, we need to develop AI technology that earns the trust not only in the public, but also the way that it's perceived by public, but also people who are going to invest on it, the companies, and most importantly, the government agencies. This is highly challenging because AI is an arcane technology that only a few understands, not even 100% what it does. The next big issue is the agility issue. So at the beginning, the opening slide was talking about interesting times. We are going through complicated, complex, difficult times where this complexity and uncertainty is creating major problems on our societies. The same thing that AI systems need to be competent enough to deal with this complexity and uncertainty. I know that some of the issues that we need to deal here I'm discussing are not an issue that will be solved within the next 5 years. Some of them are very long-term and difficult issues, but raising them, I think, starting a conversation around them is quite important. Look, we can, as an example, we can look at the Sustainable Development Goals. How much of the AI solutions will be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals identified by United Nations? So another critical things along with agility is, as part of agility, it needs to be frugal and affordable as much as possible. Because in the context of cities, unless we come up with a model in the near future, privatize entire local government mechanisms, which I think it's highly unlikely, it's a local government operation running the city and all the infrastructures through the help of automation, including AI. But these are very expensive investments. So wider uptake cost a lot to a city. So in this way, only a few cities can afford it, similar to many cutting-edge technologies that we only see that wealthier global cities could afford those and create these top-rank technology enclaves, but not necessarily providing solutions for the entire populations within this city. Poorer cities will not be able to adopt this technology, and even in the richer cities will have, even if they adopt, they'll have poorer enclaves that disadvantage districts in their cities. Another issue that I would emphasize the importance is the monopoly, technology monopoly. So there is definitely currently a monopolistic approach to AI in the world. It's mainly because lack of technological variation exists today. These monopolies are not allowing an open AI development to take place. And in return, that democratization of AI research, AI practice does not really exist. So that's also linked a little bit of science fiction movies that might lead to a singleton, which is, you know, a super AI controlling the entire planet because there's no competition between AI platforms. So I'm not talking about AI technology between different countries, but the, you know, non-monopolistic technology that, you know, provides solutions, alternative solutions across, you know, different parts of the world and within the same countries. So another very prominent issue is the ethics. It's highly critical that we need to develop ethics systems that respect ethical AI, that respect human rights, diversity, and autonomy of individuals. Earlier this year, European Commission developed one of the first examples of relatively comprehensive guidelines for AI. This is only a good starting point, so it's not comprehensive enough to be adopted elsewhere. So we still need to work on this ethics. And also another critical issues with everything, you might come up with really good plans and what's happening at the implementation. So you might come with the perfect AI ethics. So if you don't have mechanisms to actually control, monitor, and determine the ethic violations, it's like, you know, some of the developing countries, they have excellent, you know, constitution, regulations, you know, acts and everything, but they don't work in the practice. These operational and control mechanisms are critical, and it has to be a government control. So we cannot expect, for example, Facebook to control its ethics violations by itself. This is what is happening at the moment. So we need control over these companies' ethics violations. Okay, and also there might not be a universally valid and accepted ethics principles. That's something like ethics is part of a culture that maybe different parts of the world, because of the cultural differences, some variations could happen in the ethics. So it might be difficult in the short term to come up with something universal for as terms of ethics. So next is the regulation. So AI should be seen like sustainability as a common good. So that means that we need to regulate AI in a way that it would avoid the actions that are against the common good. So the current practice is, and in the future probably this will be increased, suggesting that some serious ethical applications could happen. And this poses a risk, particularly for the societies that are disadvantaged groups, minority groups, marginalized groups, low-income groups, or low-income countries. So we need AI disruption and mitigation mechanisms to help with these disadvantaged groups. And in the case of it is unregulated, the disruption will be much higher on these groups. And the next and the last but not the least consolidation area that we need to see as AI as for social good. So every member of the society needs to benefit from AI, not only selected members or who can afford. So we need to develop AI for all. That also requires the establishing AI commons. So there are currently some attempts towards moving towards developing some AI commons, and these we have, in recent years we have seen digital commons. That's almost a way through from moving from digital to AI commons. Those are the useful approaches. Okay, I think these are the main issues. Okay, so I'll go a little fast because I think I've filled up almost 1 hour. So I'll probably have 10 more minutes if I may. Okay, so there are so much to do to turn AI into a sustainable AI. So what is happening in the world? A good progress is many nations today are developing their AI strategies. So there are, as of last February, 50 countries come up some sort of formal or semi-formal AI strategy for their nations. And on the other hand, we are all aware of this big competition, arms race, AI arms race, if you like, between China and US. And that is boosting the importance of AI in the global competitions of and I would like to move into the next slide looking at what is happening in Australia. So Australia has a AI strategy as well. It is not a statutory, but it's more a roadmap or guideline for successful AI adoption. And this is developed in collaboration with the CSIRO, Data61, and Australian government. So one of the interesting parts of AI roadmap is its three main foci on 3 key domains. The first one is the natural resource and the environment. So as we all know, Australia is a heavily resource-based economy, although in the recent years there are a lot of knowledge economy activities are taking place, but still it's a resource-based economy, mainly, and with the pristine natural environment. So AI, according to this roadmap, will focus both of them while preserving the environment and managing it. Also will focus on productivity issues and agriculture, mining, fisheries, forestry as well. So it's to a degree a little bit of sustainable development oxymoron. So we need to be sustainable, but at the same time develop. The same approach is here. We need to preserve environment, but we need to use AI in mining as well. The second area is health, aging, and disability. Australia is an aging society, so this is focusing in the society domain. The previous one mostly economy and environment domains focus to making the aging society to improve their well-being and quality of life. And the last area aligns 100% with what this presentation focuses. Cities, towns, and urban infrastructure, developing solutions, AI solutions to improving the efficiency and functionality and quality of the built environment. So these 3 domains are quite well aligned with the general urban policy discussions within the nation. Okay, moving to the last section. So the original title of the presentation was Artificial Intelligence City, whether it's utopia or dystopia. And one of the reasons why I changed the title to the new one, you'll see in the definition of what artificial intelligence city, but one more slide later. So first I need to talk very briefly of decision automation levels. So there's this 5-6 levels of automation. First of them, there's no automation. Second, assistance. Third recommendation. Fourth, human approved decisions. And 4 and 5 here, human monitored decision and autonomous decisions are considered full autonomy, very similar to autonomous vehicle autonomy level. So what is artificial intelligence city? So one of my colleagues, Kevin D'Souza, in 2007 come up with this definition, which I quite like and adopted in this presentation. It's a city where algorithms are the dominant decision-making and arbitrators of governance protocols, where humans might have limited say in the choices presented to them for any given interaction. So the reason that I changed the title of the presentation was original artificial intelligence. I revisited it and I say, maybe artificial intelligence, it doesn't sound something good, because it's something that everything is decided by, I don't know, Big Brother, good or bad, and so we have little input on it. But so this is like the coin has two sides. One side, we have corrupted governance mechanisms to a different level, you know, from small to extremely large, and that's why we need maybe some of the automation to remove the human error or human misguidance. But at the same time, by leaving everything to algorithms to decide, even if the algorithms goals are aligned quite well with us, it's just kind of moving us from the decision seat, or at least participation inputs opportunities. So this could work or could not work, but again, it all depends on how we design and manage these cities. So devil is in the details. So for those ones, if you haven't seen, I've seen it last week. There's a Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma. I was actually against on-demand TV, but during the pandemic, I was unfortunately hooked into it as well. So this is a really good documentary, and it's talking about the AI in social media, large companies, and it's a good documentary to watch if you're interested in AI and social issues. So I'm concluding with a couple of slides, maybe 3 slides. So the first concluding remark is that AI is around us, and it has been in use in the context of smart cities, improving the efficiencies of economy, society, environment, and governance areas. And it is improving the decision-making processes, but also potentially changing the urban landscapes. I didn't have a chance to talk more about autonomous vehicle, part of our research we take in our urban studies lab, that how it's will alter the land use patterns and travel behaviors of the societies. And it could potentially increase the smartness of the cities. But again, it also depends on how we design, how we implement, how we monitor, how we check and amend, consolidate as needed. So it could provide a positive change in sustainable transformation, but also at the same time, it will definitely create disruption. So we need to have mechanisms to address these disruptions on the cities and societies that are particularly disadvantaged communities and groups. So one of the questions that whether there's a symbiotic relationship with AI and cities or smart cities, and also whether this could help towards moving more sustainable urbanism and sustainable features. So the jury is out there. So in some ways it has high potentials, but in some ways that there are so many challenges, so many AI challenges, so many challenges, global challenges, planetary challenges, that in the case that we could establish a balanced view on the future direction of our cities and AI, it is possible they'll probably interact and help each other to achieve the common urban future, urban sustainability goal. Big challenge, a major challenge for local governments, because urban planning, urban design, urban management, these are generally or very local concepts and tackled by local prefectures, municipalities or local councils, local governments in general. But local governments, neither in terms of policy nor in terms of technology and also or in terms of skilled human staff, have significant limitations, and also financial challenges as well. So these needs further investigation and further support, probably from the federal governments. We have experienced in the smart city domain that many technology companies approach mayors, deputy mayors, councillors of the cities with some offers on free trials, so on and so forth in the past years. Some of them were, to a degree honest, and some of them were traps to bring to provide these services and for free or for a friction of the cost, and afterwards tying this local government with this specific technology for the next 20, 30 years, so on and so forth. So the policy is critical there to make sure that technology adoption is effective and efficient and also affordable. In Australia, we have seen a number of AI hiccups. There's something called Robodebt. For those one who's in Australia would know, Australian tax office use AI, and those people received all these fines. They had to prove that they shouldn't pay this, and also I mentioned earlier that in machine learning you train the data. For example, if you're a recruiting company, you provide some data sets with CVs. The AI system learns from this, and in the case you don't put in the training data much females applying to this specific job, AI thinks that women are not capable of undertaking these tasks. And then when you put the real data sets for AI to evaluate the CVs, all these applications, the women suddenly become disadvantaged, or similar things. A racism example is that if you have bias data trainings, in the trained data has higher level of indigenous or black people with crime rates, AI would learn from you that these are the risky groups, and then it might determine during facial recognition these as place them in the wrong groups. So that brings that we cannot let, at the narrow intelligence level, algorithms to decide. The human oversight on major decisions are critical. And this is like myself and a few of my colleagues who are working in the urban planning and development, urban studies area, in recent years make a move to the AI and bring the AI knowledge into the disciplines, because this is an emerging field of research. So our features, this will definitely, we like it or not, will use a lot of automation technologies, and we need to research and understanding their pros and cons before actually we get to that level, because as early as possible we develop some ethics regulations and some principles, we might be able to change the future. One last comment is, I think it's very, very critical, so I might have a question on that if I didn't put this slide, because mostly I talk about artificial intelligence, but one very critical thing, I put it in big fonts and red, we need to merge artificial and human intelligences in cities. And actually doing this is our next sustainability challenge. And so I pretty much based this presentation on these 5 papers and then 1 book. This is a 2016 book, but the other ones are open access journal articles. The one on the right-hand side, lower, will be published next week, but the rest of them are free access. If you're interested, you can read more on this presentation, and the book is available from university libraries. Okay, so I'd like to end it with a little bit humor that I think, I hope that I managed to push some of your buttons and probably have some engaging question and answers discussion session following up. And the final slide is that this is something for maybe for the 3rd session after discussion, that so in my recent research project that I'm looking at ways to have a healthy uptake of AI technology in local governments, particularly local councils and cities, and how we can plan, how we can determine the principles and guiding principles for a healthy AI uptake in our cities. So this is the area, especially if anyone wants to discuss for future collaboration, and you can reach me either my email or Twitter address here. I think that's it from me, and yeah, few minutes over my time. You're mute.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jian, for the great presentation. So before we left, I want to know as if there is any question from the individuals, and then we have got a question from the that is like, to what extent can the government policy mitigate the pollutants caused by drivers? So this is the first question that.
Okay, so look, it's the governance area. It depends on the government. It depends on how they implement their rules. There are technocentric solutions. First of all, determining the pollution levels on the spot. There are fining mechanisms to applying heavy fines for the pollutants, industries or pollutant individuals. And there are the mechanisms to monitor how effective the government is actually implementing its decisions. So it's beyond what I spoke today, but it depends on the government. So I know that, for example, in the Singapore government, everything is very strict. First experience, I know that. In some other countries, everything is very relaxed, and even some places you can get away with bribing the authorities. So it's different. If this comes to the issue of good governance, I think it's part of the conversation in that regards, that you might have as an example that, I'll give one example from Brazil, because my research wise, I'm very well connected with that context. So in terms of technical knowledge, so Brazilian engineers are as good as American, Australian, Hong Kong, Finland engineers. So there's not a know-how gap there. Their regulations is as good as anywhere else. But the practice isn't there. So we talk about favelas, the informal housing. It's one of the major problems in Brazil. There are lots of regulations against, but at the end, they still have their electricity and water and infrastructure because they're waters, and the local government actually provides all these services, even they are informal. And then we talk about favela developments in the cities, in Brazilian cities, but all the mechanisms there, but nothing implemented correctly.
And then another question is that if the artificial intelligence city is controlled by some unjust institution in society, as we are familiar with the situation in Transformers, in the film, I guess the Transformer refers to the film. How should we face it?
I think it comes to the how
To the ethical issue, I think.
Yes, ethical issue and regulation issue, and I think we talk about that. We need to try our best to develop a system that is affordable, just, effective, efficient, and monitor if it violates, if the outcomes aren't desired. We need human oversight over the AI decisions. We need a transparent mechanisms to actually understand what went wrong and do everything to repeat it again.
Another question that is said is that there are some hidden dangers in the network security. So how can we ensure the security of our personal information?
Well, the best thing is not to have anything digital, but we are in a life that we cannot live. You know, don't have email, don't have social media, don't use computers. But I don't know how you live. You know, you need to go and live in a jungle or something. Well, I think this is this a major issue. That's privacy and security issues, and especially now the crimes. As you know, people are during the pandemic. More people are at homes. There are less burglaries. So I think as the wars between the super nations or powerful countries move to a different diplomatic, economic, and cyber fields. And I think the crime is going to the deep dark web, and you know they are stealing your credit card or bank account and selling you dodgy goods, sort of thing. So yeah, consumer rights probably should be developed more strongly to look into these issues as well.
Another question that is said is that AI can enhance productivity, but low-skilled workers still suffer unemployment. They don't know AI, I think.
Yeah.
That's at the bottom.
So that's true, but the one thing that I can say that, look, AI is only one part of the thing. So I mentioned about as the key driver of smart cities, there are three key elements. So yeah. The first one is technology. So technology only is one element, and we have policy. And we have government as well, so communities as well, policy-based government and decision mechanism and regulations, ethics, how you put things into play and decide and implement. Community is the either technical or common people contributing in a transport, democratic, inclusive environment into these decisions and increasing the trust, increasing the social good, social benefits of this, and making more acceptable and increasing the trust.
Sort of like written the income gap then to a certain extent, because like those who have got the skills, those who have got the knowledge of like AI.
Yeah. So AI is only one part. I think there are alternative economics. We need to look into these issues. AI will obviously make so many jobs redundant down the track, but then maybe a universal income, which is being discussed in many countries, could be a solution. So not necessarily. I think when we have the third industrial revolution or the third digital revolution or the fourth or fifth digital revolution, we don't have to actually work for income. So people will do jobs because they need a purpose in their life. They want to do something because they're curious, they love it, or they work on their hobby. So in the case that we provide this welfare system for everyone, so saying that this is the basic income that is enough for you to have one holiday a year, family, that many kids, that lifestyle, house, so on and so forth. If you want to work, there's extra job here. So that would take those people. I think people have rights for wants to be lazy, who wants to be, modern terms, burden on the society. This is their preference. They need to be burden on the society, but not the way it is now. There need to be a system, welfare system, income for everyone, enough for basic living, basic quality living, Because the AI will earn money for us. They'll build our houses, they renew everything, recycle everything, and then they create the economy. We need to do more in the alternative economics domain, the thinking beyond the neoliberal, because this is where we're stuck at.
Yeah. And then another question is about AI products have the characteristics of precision. So how can we ensure its maintenance and supervision in the smart city?
Sorry, the AI has the precision, so how can we ensure the supervision and maintenance in the smart cities?
Yeah.
If it's precise, it does these jobs quite well, so we only need to make sure that the job is being well done. It's basically we have a good, passionate managerial position to make sure that our AI does the job well.
Another question from China that is about like every year China compiles a list of like top 10 artificial intelligence in China. I'm more curious about like how to list and how to calculate the artificial skills.
Look, if you don't have much money, do edX, online MOOCs. In MOOCs, there is a lot of free educations online. edX is one of them. If you have little bit money, there are courses starting in LinkedIn. I think it's like $40 a month or so. You can take a few courses and develop your skill set. Because or alternatively, if you have a bit more, get the formal training. So the best thing is today we talk about personalized education, online education with the digital, with the pandemic disruption. So there are wealth of knowledge on the web. Sometimes it's difficult to find it, but I highly recommend to make use of these online resources. Look, I've done a number of edX courses on smart cities. Not that I don't know, but I wanted to know that how other people are teaching it. I'm teaching in a way, and I learned from others as well. So normally you don't find professor taking someone other professor's subjects, but it's very useful and it's free. Look, if you want to buy the certificate, you pay $50, $100 or something for it, but I didn't need the certificate. I just did all the assessments and everything. I just basically tested myself whether there is something that I don't know. It's the thing that you can't know everything. You have to go week by week. It builds on. So it's really useful that if you have time, energy, and willingness, there are lots of free resources and credible resources. You need to make sure that it's not fake news or teaching you the world is flat, AI flattened the world or something like this. Best thing is just going to the more credible websites, the more prestigious universities. There's a lot of information there. So you need motivation, because you might start it and never finish it. That's the thing. The good thing is if you go university or some formal course, there's someone there telling you, have you done your homework? But this is like totally self-discipline.
Yeah, I also have taken the legal study. Actually, this is nothing that is related to my own study. I've also taken some courses, no matter if it's like IT or something I like that. I also take it from like University of Pennsylvania, for example. And then that course is like, well, it is just an open courseware to everyone. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And then another question that is how long do you think that it will take for our artificial intelligence cities to penetrate into people's lives? I think it is already there. Yeah. Not sure how it is in Australia.
Look, so when I talk about one slide, whether AI is around us, AI is all around us, but the part of the iceberg under the water is analytics, which we don't see. Yeah. So let's say software AI is in a very very simple terms. AI is hardware and software. Yeah. Software is everywhere, but can you see software? Like you only see it if you have a screen. Software is everywhere doing the job already. Yeah. Hardware, which is robots and machines, and those things are not everywhere. Not at least in our own size. The mines and construction industry are heavily using that, and the robotics is part of industry, robot arms, so on and so forth. So, but you don't visit factories that often, so you don't see it in the street. But they will be coming slowly. Autonomous vehicles is one of them that we'll start to see them soon on the streets.
Yeah, and then but then it's still not that common autonomous vehicles, except like the train in Hong Kong, MTR. We have got the autonomous train starting from like 2 to 3 years ago. I forgot. Yeah. Another question is like how if the development of AI is being faster and many countries use it to be like monitoring the local people living, or this is what Hong Kong people are very scared of. Thus control the society, safety, and build up a smart city, will that affect our freedom and also human rights?
Yeah, that's true. Look, it's the technology can be used for good or evil. And generally, the governments, as the regulator, as the governing bodies, the control the urban infrastructure that if they wanted to use for evil, they can. Unfortunately, that's why the transparency and democracy and inclusive society is very important for that not to happen.
Yeah. And then another question is that what does the ideal combination of AI and urban city look like? So probably it's related to your presentation today, more related to that. And can you describe a little, and are there any example cities at present?
So there are no cities that we can call artificial intelligence city. But there are a lot of cities that is using various artificial intelligence hardware and software.
Yeah.
Hong Kong is one of them. Singapore is another of them. So because
how about Queensland in Australia?
There's an increased technology use in Australia. Look, I came here 20 years ago. I was working in Japan. When I came from Japan, I thought in terms of technology, this is really backward country. But Australia actually picked up during the last 10 years in the technology domain. And I think it's the local governments have realized. And 2016, we have the smart city strategy at national level that helped a lot. There had been a lot of research and industry collaboration funds. There are a lot of mega regional development projects in collaborations with federal, state, and local governments have started in the country. So that increased a lot technology applications. So still, I wouldn't say it's one of the leading countries in terms of technology adoption in cities. It's mainly because there are some, I think it's a good thing that there is this taxpayer justification of the investment. So our tax is going to government, and government investments needs to be transparent and justify why our money is being used there. So I think this democratic aspect eliminates many of the top-down decisions in the technology area, particularly. So that brings a lot of retrofitting rather than developing ubiquitous cities. This is a Korean term, so I'm highly engaged with a lot of projects in Korea in the past. So I know that ubiquitous city, new town development in China as well, new town development based on this technology concept. So those things haven't started much in Australia. It didn't take place, but a lot of master plan estates are now starting this autonomous shuttle bus services to the nearest public transport hub.
In Australia for the autonomous shuttle bus.
Yes, yeah, a lot of universities have, and in trial, some master planned estates, large, almost greenfield development sites have those, trialing those at the initial stages. And also, one of my research area you earlier mentioned about smart homes, the industry, construction industry is very interested in smart homes. Mainly it's because there was a property boom, and now it's all collapsed with the recession and pandemic and everything. So construction industry is looking for the next big wave, that next big technology that they would sell new products. And this new product is the smart home now here.
Yeah.
But it's very initial stage.
Very initial stage for a smart home project. For Hong Kong, we have got the first-hand sell flat from the developer. One of them is like for Jian Holdings, that is Li Ka-shing, the richest man in Asia. And then he has got a number of the flat, the newly sold flat that they include the smart home concept inside the newly sold flat. So it is like something for which is it is getting more prominent in the new flat. In the existing one, usually not until that we have got like some of them, they are very keen on those like computer stuff, then they will try to make the smart home. As otherwise, then it is not that common.
But what I noticed is during the last 3-4 years, if you go to a large hardware store, like for example, Bunnings Warehouse, it's a huge, like it's a like mega market for construction material hardware stores. There is a sub departments section started to sell smart technologies in there for individuals to adopt in themselves, from surveillance monitors to smart lights to other energy measuring gadgets and sort of things. So I think the uptake will start with this kind of individual retrofitting, and when the maturity in terms of public perceptions of the need for technology within your home environment will come to a level, then industry will start to produce those examples.
Yeah, we have got also something similar for the electronic store. We have got the smart home product that are so pleasant. So it is no longer like in the past where we can only like find something online and then something that is so extraordinary, but that is still not that common. Another question I'd like to ask, that in many countries, the phenomenon of data island is common. I'm not sure what is data island actually. And it is difficult to share data among different departments due to concerns about some sensitive data leakage and information privacy among departments and institutions. Even if they have the ability to share, they will not choose, or there is no unified standard for the storage and transfer of data. So it is difficult to achieve sharing if all participants have the will. So how to solve this situation?
Look, it's a challenging issue. Government open data, I think that person is talking about, and institutions have the silo approaches. In Australia, we have open government platform. It's supposed to for data sharing. I don't know how well it is working, but to a degree, I think it's working. The critical issue is that you can set up these data repositories, but the problem is maintaining, obtaining, and also updating, and also making sure the quality of the data and timeliness of the data presented there. Some organizations like Australian Bureau of Statistics are very meticulous about this, is sharing census and other data. But individual departments sharing data with each other, it's possible. But public facing is always limited. And, sometimes system doesn't work. And like, for example, some of my students, they're working on a development assessment project, and we use Brisbane City Council's open platform, and the last week the platform is down, it's not working. Like, we sent so many emails. They'll fix it, I know that, but it shouldn't. In a large local government, their open access data platform should be not down for that long, but it's happening. So there are lots of challenges on sharing data, and it's very important for researchers or citizen scientists or even public to be able to access some of the information. And between inter-organizational, particularly government organization, it's critical to make informed decisions.
Another question from faculty member in Panzihua University. It just asks like how to balance the promises and pitfalls of artificial intelligence, and how to correctly apply AI in landscape design in our cities.
Look, it's one of my PhD students started this year working on smart parks, and in her work she's using some AI tools. You will be using some AI tools in public design. I think this is quite aligned well with landscape design and use of AI technology. So in terms of the open space design and smart or technology embedded open spaces, there is quite a large literature. I recommend that person just to look at this literature and search. Don't search it as AI, because AI is a technology or type of technology that is also used on smart parts or smart landscape open space design. And there's a wealth of knowledge there. You can have a look at how it's being implemented in some places. It's not that widely applied, but there are a lot of examples that's just worthwhile seeing and then taking from there to see what your city, what your town can do.
Another question about the privacy problem. So since intelligent city can use a lot of the AI technology and create a huge privacy problem. So if yes, you still think that the intelligent cities is a good choice?
Well, it's not a good choice, but I think it's the only choice that we have. So we need to make better use of, it's one of the slides that I mentioned that we need the merging of the human and artificial intelligence for more automated, more informed, more efficient, effective, and affordable, timely decisions. So we cannot turn our back to the technology, but what we can do, we can tame it. We need to align it with our goals. So it actually delivers what we want it to deliver. So if you can do that, that's a good direction to do.
Yeah. So
it's almost like a child. It's almost, think about a child. You have a child, you want it to be a good person. You do your best. If it turns out with good education, good loving, good discipline, good caring, spending quality of time, you want it to turn into a good person. The same thing with the technology. I think we need to do the same thing. We need to do thinking carefully about how to adopt it the best way in our cities to come out with desired outcome, desired features.
I think it's just like a double-edged sword. So just like a knife, so it can be used to cut things, but at the same time it can be like harmful to us as well if we do not use it properly. And then so that another question, I think, is just like a follow-up question. So it may be so dangerous for the information security of us. So how can we ensure the security of personal information?
That's the biggest challenge. I think as I think I mentioned that AI is being used to hack, as a cyber attack. But on the other hand, the AI is being used to block the cyber attack or understand when the cyber attack took place too. So both AIs are almost in a war. One of them is doing the harm, the other one is doing the repair or block the harm. So, if we didn't have surrounded with technology, if we could stay away from the technology, which I don't think it's possible, that wouldn't be a problem. But I think we need to learn, or we need to, ask regulatory organizations to do better in managing our privacy and our data security.
Yeah. Another question is that they just ask you whether you would like to live in a completely artificial intelligence city.
No, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that. I actually would like to live somewhere that where some of my needs are provided by the technology, but totally surrounded with environment and community and people. Rather than Skyping or Zooming with people, I'd like to go and have a cup of coffee and have conversation with people. But in the absence of it, or if this becomes a norm, because one of the advantages that I was quite sad that pandemic came, that I couldn't come in Hong Kong and meet you and with your team there with the other experts. Look, we tried it from March to almost today, and we looked at, it's not going to happen. But on the other hand, there's one good thing that if I fly and come back, think about the carbon footprint I'm going to create. So I'll go to the airport and I'll get on a plane. I'll get up from the airport, get on a taxi and go to a hotel. The next day I'll come to university. I'll do this talk and, all these footprint. Now we have a footprint as well, whatever the energy both of ends or, 50, 100 people who are listening us using. But I think it's still lesser than me to actually physically coming and spending 3-4 days there. So that's one advantage.
Right. I think I agree with what you said. That is like the carbon footprint. But then we actually have tried to, try to arrange 10's talk ever since like last year, and then try to fix it in March, and then later on then we have got the COVID, and then try to fix it later in the year. I thought that this is somewhat should be fine because last time in Hong Kong the SARS it should be covered in summertime already, but now it seems like it goes everywhere. We cannot move everywhere as well. Another question that it says is that will artificial intelligence change people's housing problem or speed up the development and construction of the 4th generation houses to promote a real estate economy?
Look, it could. It depends on how the AI is delivering the strategy developed by the government. So if this is the case, then I think it could be helping with housing affordability issue. But again, it's totally, look, think about this. AI is only a vehicle. So AI doesn't do anything that someone doesn't, ask or give the task to it. So it is not that AI is delivering the affordable housing. It's the government or the housing authority comes up with this plan, but they use AI as a vehicle to provide some of the solutions. It's either determining what are the best material, how to develop the more affordable housing and its construction, or determining who actually qualify to live one of those places, or how to look at the construction industry by increasing their GFA gross floor area in some of the locations and asking them to provide social housing or affordable housing for the disadvantaged or lower income groups elsewhere in the city. So it could work in many ways. But again, AI doesn't decide this. AI helps in the decision. It can help the automation of the decision, but at the end, the government or the authorities determine what the criteria is. You upload this criteria, and then AI will provide what you ask from it.
So another question is, please tell us about the regulation between the government and startups in AI. What are their responsibility? Is the government responsibility is just about the infrastructure or something in case of the urban management researchers?
So, what government's trying to do is they try to outsource many of the tasks or infrastructure systems that they're running, like, for example, privatization or contracting the transport systems or garbage collection, so on and so forth. There are many examples there. Some governments they handle it. Some governments have a semi-autonomous systems, public-private partnerships to handle these services, and some fully privatize these services. So I think some of the core services should not be privatized, so government has full control on them. For example, health is one of them, which this pandemic have shown that the role of government is very important in managing the health affairs. The second one, probably education, besides the university level. It's very critical to role of government in there. So startups potentially can play a role in delivering or developing some of the AI solutions, some of the infrastructures, but it all depends on the model that specific local government wants to adopt. It could be maybe government wants to hire the consultancy firm to develop it, train the staff within the local government and fully run by themselves, or sometimes they outsource, they contract those people to actually run the systems. So it depends on the government. I cannot say which model is best for each locality, because everywhere has their different unique governance models. So it has to be something that suits this local authority, local context.
So how about Australia? What is the development on this?
So in general, these services are managed by the local government. There are some contracts in public transport services, but generally it's managed by the local government area. Local councils manage the main transports and main services.
Okay. So the next question is about if robots have been realized to replace humans in large areas to serve the mankind. So will it happen that the poor will have no jobs and lose their financial resources, and the rich enjoy life every day, resulting in a greater gap between the rich and the poor?
Yeah. Look, this is something that if the system doesn't change, whether you have robots or not, that's happening already. It's called socioeconomic inequity in the society. Look, you might not have job, but you work for peanuts. The robots might come, you become jobless. There isn't much difference in between them. So it's just the whole economic system, the governance model, how the government values the public, and how they are serving to whether the government is a servant to the public or whether they are the kings or lords of the locality. I think it depends on this. But under the current world economic perspective, there's a widening social inequity, and poor is getting poorer, rich is getting richer, unfortunately, and there's erosion in the middle class as well. So let's hope that in the near future this will change, regardless we have AI or not.
And then another question that is how can the function of the smart city be popularized? For example, the elderly adapt to such a change.
Look, I think it's sometimes is very difficult because there's a mention of the senior citizens there. It might be very difficult because one of my PhD students is actually looking at the perceptions of 65 plus senior citizens in adopting autonomous vehicles.
Yeah.
So we are about to launch a survey with 1,000 people within Southeast Queensland, within the Brisbane region. But we have done some interviews with people we know. As aging society, the people get to age level, and especially if you're a retiree, you don't, in Australia, it seems to live in the main center of the city. So you live, a bit outside the city with a little bit of lifestyle near water or near mountains, so on and so forth. So what makes it a bit challenging for them that they lose their driving abilities gradually. And although autonomous vehicles could actually solve their problems, because they cannot drive. They're a risk to others, and also they stress a lot when they're driving. If you're 85 years old and you're driving, that's very challenging
for their whole life.
Yeah, I think that's what we are exploring at the moment. That how autonomous vehicle could be a solution to there. So look, give me 2-3 months. I'll share the results of this study. We are particularly focused on senior citizens because this aging society, and in the future, the car ownership is very high here, almost like 100%. Car, or every household has a car. So with the aging society, you cannot have that many people driving. There's lots of risk involved in that. So an autonomous feature, particularly for this group, is inevitable, but we are looking at how prepared they are, and how can we actually change their motivation, and maybe down the track they become more perceptive to using AV for their, at least for their short daily trips.
So do they have got the experience in like riding on the autonomous vehicles before they answer the questionnaire, or they just answer the questionnaire about the autonomous vehicles?
So there is a project proposal I submitted, and that involves looking at the two groups. This is a different, it's not a PhD students project, looking at the people who actually trial autonomous shuttle buses and people who haven't, and we are going to see the differences. But I've done it with some of my colleagues, and we did a study last year. It will be published within the next couple of months. A study on the same in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the results have shown that actually people who used the autonomous vehicle, but that was in at the university there in the Las Vegas, the people who actually used the autonomous shuttle bus are more perceptive to continue using it, thinks more positive about it. So I think experience adds a lot, given that you had a good experience. You know, if the car crashes there, you might be scarred for life.
Well, I think most of us have a lot of experience in traveling in the airport autonomous train. And so as in Hong Kong, we have got the autonomous MTR. Yeah. I'm not sure whether you have tried it before. And that one, it makes us no difference because actually we can never see most of the time, we can never see the driver. So it makes it is like fine. But for the autonomous vehicles, that's quite interesting because probably in the ordinary days, you should see the driver. But now there is no driver. And then you take that shuttle. So that shuttle is in QUT, right?
No. There will be one at UQ, other university, later this year.
Oh, okay. I see.
We have one shuttle at Redcliffe, about 40 kilometers north of here. A motor vehicle insurance company and then local government jointly initiated. The trials are still going on.
Oh, insurance company.
Yes, it's a motor vehicle club, but they are the biggest car insurance company. Yes.
So they are trying to provide the insurance for this type of the autonomous vehicles. Then I
don't know whether there's an agenda behind it, but because there's a motor vehicle company association, I think they are supporting autonomous vehicle feature. So obviously they would be one of the leading insurance companies in that domain as well.
Okay.
But this is funny. Like, in the insurance of AVs are quite interesting too, because they don't make accidents. How do you insure them? So insure against maybe stealing, but can someone steal an autonomous vehicle? Like, how do you drive it? So I don't know how the insurance totally will work. And this is another interesting research area. A car that you cannot steal, a car that doesn't have accident. Why do you insure it?
Yeah, because it is like insurance. I mean, for the AI car, no matter it is like by the time there's crash, for example. So who should bear this cost?
Sure.
So there's a
car company.
Very interesting part as well. But I think it is like global thing that they try to do already. Do something on this already. So another question is that AI is very popular. So that there are more and more AI products. So they would like to know whether there are some of the AI creations that are protected by copyright law. I think there is.
There should be, but again, look, I think if you're living in a country that's IP laws are not that strict, and if you somehow violates, let's say, US copyrights IP and, adopt it in, let's say, Afghanistan, not to offend anyone, but just the country just came to my mind. Afghanistan, so I don't know how the mechanisms are in Afghanistan to, to actually prosecute that person or just find that person. So I think some people in some part of the world could get away with it. But maybe not.
Right. And then you said, how do you see the effects of AI on the international tension between countries like Russia, Ukraine, or US, India, China?
It's a big tool, isn't it? Like, 2016, Putin and Russia. somehow influenced Trump's election. What a big input in this, because Putin didn't like Clinton. He thought that Trump would be a better president for Russia, and they somehow did it through Facebook. And so it is possible. I don't know how much it is being done, but it's possible. So that comes to the ethics and regulation of the social media, that because it is just gradually changing people's perceptions.
Yeah, I mean, there are quite a number of changes by the time that we have brought a new product like this. Solve the new product. Instead of saying, Thomas More said that the private ownership is the source of all the evils. To realize the utopia, then we must first eliminate the private ownership. So if we build a smart city, can we have a chance to achieve this situation?
Well, look, that's possible. Like, I agree with the private ownership is a challenge, because the house that I'm sitting here, it used to be an Aborigines area, so they call it country. So this was a different country. So I bought a house from someone 10 years ago who didn't actually own it. He bought from someone who didn't actually own it, someone who didn't own it. And Aborigines people did not own land. The whole place was their tribal area, their country. No one owned anything, so there wasn't like ownership there. And suddenly we invented something called "This is my place." So people who use this area for years for agricultural, use as a track to go from point A to point B, suddenly just become like private property, and that's ours. So I think these questions it's good that we need to talk more about those things, because we are not, look, even the wealthiest people might not be really happy with the world it is today. So those are the things that we need to, we need to change something. I think everything comes from the core of the economic principles of how we form our societies today, since the last 250 years, since Industrial Revolution. Technology excelled, so advanced, but at the same time, with the cost of happiness of so many billions of people. So these are private ownership, private property is part of it. The capitalist economic approach is one of them. Is socialist the solution? Probably not. Maybe we need to think alternative societies, alternative communities. Who knows, maybe robots will help us, AI will just do the working for us, but how will we make sure that the produced benefits, income from the AI's work will be fairly shared within the community? So again, it's just like, humans are almost like cursed beings that I'm not sure how we can establish a perfect society that makes everyone or most of us happy.
But then if there is no private property right, then there may be like no incentive to develop any sort of like autonomous car, for example, that they cannot make any profit out of that.
Yeah, well, look, this is look, we are thinking from the mindset that we grow into. So I'm sure there are alternatives ones. Yeah. Look, there are different ways of thinking. So it's just like, we need to read more. We need to listen to alternative views more, whether we like it or not. There might be from the collective human intelligence, with the use of artificial intelligence as a tool, we might find better solutions for the humanity.
Yeah. Another question is that although artificial intelligence can bring us great convenience, so it will also cause some bad effects on our living environment, such as light pollution, heat emission, and so on. So how can we balance this?
Yeah, it's all depends on how we plan our AI features, and in the case that we factor in those issues as the major obstacles, major problems, I think we are capable enough for finding right solutions to address these issues. It just all comes down to whether this is what we really want to do. So look, humans are very intelligent. The whole reason of our survival and become the primary, species, besides the, micro species, micro species are the king. Look, coronavirus, we are helpless. But besides that, let's say among the mammals or, large species, with our intellect, we manage this to come here and to sit on the top of the pyramid. I think we can, by using this collective intelligence, we can make things better for our cities, for our societies. There's a saying that every society is as strong as the weakest member. So we need to make the weakest member strong enough that entire society is, strong. It's difficult,
Well, it is
but
difficult
we need to
because
try.
some of them, they are inherently weak.
Yes.
There's something for which we cannot change the natural rule. And then another one is, what are the sources of economic resources in the process of transforming the ordinary cities into the artificial intelligent cities? So will physical expenditure become an obstacle to development of the artificial intelligent city?
That's true. That's why I highlight the importance of affordable technologies. Look, with a technology cost less than $10, you can provide a gadget that makes that you can drink from polluted water. So it's just a filter that is $10, and it's being used in Africa in many remote society communities, that because they don't have fresh water or clean water resource, with $10, I think they need to change the filter now and then. So $10 solutions. Electric solar panels being used in Thailand, where in remote societies they don't have electricity, and they are using cheap solar panels to produce electricity. So people have electricity at night to do their homework or to talk to each other, so on and so forth. And these, with affordable technologies, we can achieve a lot. So again, we don't want to turn everywhere into the 5-star, 7-star locations. So if we do that, there won't be much nature around us. We need to protect most parts of the world, because our footprint is so large in the world. And I'm also afraid that I talk about this mega city growth and number of large cities growing. But what Corona or future pandemics could do, they could move people outside the crowded cities and urban sprawl, the definition of urban sprawl. So you need to still provide, infrastructure for people who are living, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers away from the cities. And again, in a worst case scenario, autonomous vehicles, people might live 400 kilometers away and they sleep at night in their car and go to work in the morning. Look at this carbon emission it's going to create. So not everywhere necessarily be using the same artificial intelligence or the automation systems, but some technologies, affordable technologies, could provide important solutions, different parts of the world. So we need to think about how we can use the right technology to address the right solution, rather than making everywhere Singapore. You don't need to. If the entire world is Singapore, the world is very boring.
You're right. There are a lot of different solutions to the same problem, I think. And no matter this is like from Australia, maybe what you try to do like for the autonomous vehicle may be different from the others that try to do the experiment with the autonomous vehicle as well. So there are many different means for the same problem. Another question is that will AI be totally compulsory for human living in the future, or it will be an option for humans to use at their will?
So let me look at my crystal ball and tell you what will teacher tell. Look, I would really like the human and artificial intelligence colliding together and providing more fair, more positive solutions. So I don't know how much of these will be compulsory, and some things doesn't need to be compulsory. Like, so how many people do you know that uses typewriter today? I know some spies and politicians might use typewriters mainly because they don't want to be hacked, whatever they're writing. But look, it's not compulsory for you to use computer or for me to use Word, but it's standard. It has become standard, because what else is there? I write typewriter, what will I do with it? Like, how will I send it to you? By post, you'll get it 1 week later. So it's not possible. Like, some things doesn't have to be compulsory, but with the peer pressure or industry standard, you move there. And then the other one maybe just becomes people who have typewriters will become really small minority.
Yeah. The question is that I would like to ask, there are like huge risks in cybersecurity, such as like viruses, bugs. So will the application of AI in urban construction can cause huge hidden dangers to our daily life? So if so, then what should we do to prevent or fix it?
Look, cybersecurity is a major concern. Privacy and cybersecurity is a major concern, and it's a warfare. Countries are actually hacking with each other, either countries or trolls hired by those countries or different organizations. So it's a weapon. It's basically a weapon. You can go and wreck the infrastructure of one country. You can, I don't know, do something and pollute the water in the major dams of some countries, or just shut down the electricity, which can be done. Or countries with nuclear powers, you can fire some of those. So it's technically possible. Even if you cut down the power of a country for few hours or few days, that's a major disruption. Think about hospitals. Think about if there is no backup generator systems, all these blood donation centers or health centers that keeps samples of medical material. So it's just like, or food supply chains, that it's just like you can actually give a big hand. That's why the future wars, I don't think, will involve any throwing any bullets to each other or bombs each other, but these bombs will come in the electronic world. And this is the moving from sword bullets or sword rifle, and we are moving from the rifle to now to 0101. So, but the thing is that it's like yin and yang. So when there is a virus, there's always antivirus. So when there's cyber hacks, that cyber firewalls and so on and so forth, I think it's there. I don't know whether the technology guys making double dipping, earning both in both areas, but
I think they are double dipping. They do like hacking at the same time doing cybersecurity. A lot of them are like, like that.
Look, many of the popular, very good hackers have been, captured and, forced to work for government.
Yeah. This is what we know.
FBI stories on that.
Yeah. Some people, they just got a job for the cybersecurity because they hack into the companies.
That's true. Yeah.
And then they get a job for all of that.
Yeah.
So another question that we have, it just said that for smart cities, what form of culture is needed, and what role of culture plays to encourage creativity and innovation? What makes our difference?
I think it's all different. Look, what I would suggest that person is just, there are a lot of cities in the world that actually publish their smart city strategies or smart city policies online. It's from Brisbane to Sydney to Newcastle, London, many cities, Dublin, a lot of at least 50 English reports you can find from various cities. So I would suggest that person just to look at this smart city reports and in terms of social, cultural, or creative aspects. So that would be a good starting point to look in that, because I think every context is different, especially when you're talking about creativity or more cultural arts. It's the perceptions are very different, tastes are very different in culture. So there is not one policy that would work for everywhere. It depends on that locality. So, but it would be good to look at these different smart city strategies to see what various cities have been doing in terms of policy in place, and that could give some insights to you. And then if your researches or your studies looking at specific city, you might consider how they actually apply into your own context, whether they work, or how do you tailor, customize for the local characteristics, local context.
Yeah, because the culture is different, so that there are a lot of the different perspectives. And even for example, this group, they ask a lot about like cybersecurity stuff. They are very, they concern about cybersecurity, they concern about privacy. But for another group, probably that is not an issue. They may consider more for the others. Like yesterday's group, they concern more about like robots applications, whether robot will replace us or something alike. And then instead of like today's question is most likely, it is like we have got a privacy issue, we have got a cybersecurity. What happens if like all the information are hacked?
They are very valid, very important questions. Look, I'm worried about it too. Sometimes I get, very suspicious if something in my phone or in my computer doesn't work, or if I received an email, if I don't know this person and there's a link, it looks like legit. I don't know what to do. I put it in the spam, so on and so forth. But, we live with this. We just need to do our best and be careful not to, download things that we don't know the origin, or not accept, social media invites that we have no idea who that person is. So we just need to be careful. But I think it's beyond individual. So individual harms are obviously hurts each other too. But if something happened to the the major infrastructure system of the city, the impact is for everyone, and people cannot help each other either if there is in case of major problem like this catastrophe.
Yeah. So any more question from the group? Some of the individuals here. Any more questions? Well, we are very thankful for Tan's to answer all the questions that we have in our mind, and then hopefully we have got some collaboration later on, and see, like for example in Australia, Queensland, and then some other collaboration that you can think of. Just hopefully we have got some future collaboration in the future, and then
definitely.
Yeah. Any other things that you would like to share to the group for like research, because you have got like citation. One of our participants just inboxed me saying that, well, Tan has got over 10,000 citations as of today in Google Scholar. And then maybe citations, how to raise the citations.
Do you know, if I write on cybersecurity, I would have 20,000 citations.
Really?
It's very popular. All the questions came from the cybersecurity. So if I had something to do, which I haven't done anything, so probably that would cite more. Yeah.
And then we have got Hansen. You have got a question?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Hello from Michigan, United States. It's nearly 3:30 a.m. in here. So it was a very lovely actual presentation, Dr. Tan. Thank you very much for this. And I would like to ask about the AI use in the smart cities. For example, like a city of Istanbul, like for developing countries. So like, how do we put the first importance on which topic? Because we have limited resources and a big crowd, for example, in Istanbul. So what will be the strategy in the first phase?
So thank you, Hassan. Istanbul is already using AI systems. So Istanbul's has an urban information system that is one of the leading ones in the world. and there are many infrastructures have been monitored that involves AI, and during the last 10-15 years it's in operational. And also there is this major issue, particularly in Marmara region, this earthquake risk, and there are quite a lot of IoT sensors within the Marmara region under the sea. So these are the two key areas, and they are using at the moment, to my knowledge. So my connections isn't that great the last few years with Turkey, but I was highly connected earlier. So I don't know the latest updates last 5-6 years, but previously the AI was already in use in Turkey. So I think it's Turkey is actually in terms of IT technology, it's quite developed, and there are lots of homemade solutions in the AI domain. And probably one of the advantages is if the local governments or federal, national government invest on the innovation and startup policies rather than fully focusing on the construction and the mining area, that would create big opportunity for more affordable local customized solutions. So this is one way of cutting the major cost, because you pay a lot of money if you import the technology. And especially if you don't have the know-how, you cannot only import the technology, you need to have the consultancy comes with it, which is also very expensive. So one way of the nations that are not highly developed probably is just like looking into advancing the knowledge base through investing startups and the innovation capabilities of the residents, and therefore developing in-house solutions in local governments or federal government area, and then implementing those into the various urban areas that could provide solutions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you, Tan. So we will have got maybe a 5 minutes break, and then we will have another speaker. So thank you, Tan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Talk to you later
on for collaboration, etc. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
喂。
So Jian, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So Jian, you may just start like maybe 5 minutes or so.
That's okay. I'm happy to wait. I think everyone deserves a rest.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good session.
So Jian, you may just start when if you wish to start now.
That's okay, Rita. Look, I mean, I can wait for a few other minutes if you think that.
Sure.
I already have my dinner for tonight.
Okay. So
5 o'clock Adelaide time, and it will be 5:30 Brisbane time.
Okay.
So Tan can enjoy his dinner as well.
Okay. So thank you, Jian, for joining us. Actually, we know each other when we were in 2014, day back to 6 years, 6 years ago. Then I went to like Adelaide for the visit, and then Jian is very prominent in terms of research in sustainability. one of the researcher with lots of papers. I mean, a lot more paper than anybody. I think.
Not really, Rita.
There are a lot of paper. I mean, there are a lot of the paper as compared to others in more or less similar stage of the career life. As what Simon mentioned last time, that is like if we talk about like the career level, probably that that we may take consideration into the career life, the years of in the career life. So, but then I've seen that your H index is very substantially higher than more or less in the similar years. I mean.
Well, Rita, as we discussed, if you go to publish, as what Tan suggests, the publish in cybersecurity, you will soon become a million citation academic. Okay, Rita?
Not really. I mean, a lot of us also publish like sustainability, but not all of us have got this something that is like what you have done for so many papers, etc.
All right, thank you, Rita. You're very kind. Sorry, Rita, should I start or should I wait?
Well, you can start actually.
All right, why don't we start? I guess the first few slides would be general introduction of the university. So maybe I just start it and.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just see. Should be this one. Okay, can you see my screen, Rita?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rita, for inviting me, having such a fantastic opportunity to share what we are doing at the moment at University of Adelaide. My team looking at the particular sustainable construction point of view. So it's my pleasure and great honor to be here to have discussion with you on this topical field. So some weeks ago, when Rita approached me about this opportunity, I was initially a bit reluctant to accept this opportunity, as I did ask Rita this question, do you really need a smart city person? Because my research expertise or experience is predominantly around the sustainable construction. So that does come, from buildings towards the community and neighborhood scale towards the city scale. So my research has been expanded from the traditional building scale to the city scale. But personally, I haven't done quite a lot, in smart city area. So Rita has strongly encouraged me to expand. I think that's quite actually helped me to rethink about what we are doing. I do believe there's some certain overlap between the sustainability and smart city, as what Tan, our previous speaker, has highlighted. So so thank you, Rita, for your encouragement and again for your this opportunity to share this with everyone. So okay, so first of all, just very quickly about the university. So I met Rita about 6 years ago. That's before I moved across to Uni Adelaide. So when Rita and I met together first time when I was still at UniSA, University of South Australia. So I moved across to Uni Adelaide in 2015. So the Uni Adelaide is the third oldest university in Australia, established in 1874. So it's a group of a member of Group of 8 university in Australia, always ranked top 1% of the universities over the world. So we are very proud that we are affiliated with 5 Nobel laureates. So Warren actually is still teaching and with us at the moment. So we're very proud of that. So the school I'm working with at the moment is called School of Architecture and Built Environment. So we have quite a lot of disciplines like construction project management, which which I come from. We also have architecture history and theory. We also have the architecture science, urban design, urban planning, property, etc. So in terms of the research, I've listed some of them here. They are not exclusive. There are a lot of other areas we are looking at the moment, but just quickly list some of them here. So green building development and assessment, construction and demolition waste recycling, prefab modular construction, indoor environment quality, age housing, as Tan just talked about. Australia is similar to like the global situation that we are all dealing with the age population issues. So we are trying to develop a guideline to develop the housing for the aging population. So to provide a sustainable building environment for them, but also make sure that the environmental sustainability is ensured. We also look at the urban renewal. So there are a lot of urban renewal activities, projects at the moment. Projects like what Tan was also talking about, these precinct renewal projects that have a lot of implications to the society, environment, and economic. We also look at using the life cycle approach to assess the impacts of these urban renewal activities. Of course, there's a traditional way of looking at it is from the energy simulation perspective. We look from outdoor environment perspective, looking at using the remote sensing to look at the way of the land use patterns has been changed along the way and how that may affect the macro climate. So one of my colleagues was looking at using a very spatial design to cool down the services so that that potentially you could reduce the cooling load of the buildings, including the residential and the commercial buildings. Okay. So again, what inspired me to prepare this presentation is this dual recognition. As I said, when Rita approached me about this, immediately what I come out from my mind is, yeah, Adelaide is going to be, or is on the track to become the first carbon neutral city. Okay, so so there will be a lot of sustainable or sustainability elements coming out of Adelaide. I mean, Rita has been with us in Adelaide for three months, I believe. So she probably has done quite a lot of sightseeing activities. But but it's,
I do super shopping.
Yeah, Rita, you would know what I mean by sightseeing.
Yeah.
Site visit. So it's a beautiful city. A lot of sightseeing events to go. There's a lot of wineries, etc. I've got a few photos can show you a bit later. But this is due to recognition. So on top of these sustainability initiatives, there's a strong driver behind it. So why are we going for that? A sustainable city, carbon neutral city. They actually have been Adelaide City has been recognized by two different aspects, from two different aspects. The first one is from the Intelligent Community Forum. This matched to what the topic of this event today, or this series, is about the smart city. It's an intelligent community. So Adelaide is one of the 7 intelligent communities by the ICF. Okay, that's the other cities include the Hamilton in Canada, Sunshine Coast from Queensland, Australia, and Westville from United States, etc. Okay, and Adelaide is also one of the most livable cities as recognized by economists. So so clearly there's something in between. You would think that there will be some potential overlap between smart city, between the livable city, and also the sustainable city. So that's why I go further to try to look at what the fundamentals in these concepts, or to look at whether or not they have some overlap between them. So this is Australia. Okay, so this is Australia map. This is where I come from, Adelaide City. Okay, this is the some photos I would like to share with you about the city. There's the winery. Adelaide, South Australia, is the best, one of the best winery region of the world. There are a lot of very high-profile wine brands like Penfolds, etc. The other color you would see is the blue, like which is the ocean, the color of the ocean, and the color of the sky. So it's beautiful environment there. Then if you look at the definition of the smart city, I understood Tan has talked about that fair bit, but I just want to go through this very quickly with you, so that if you look at these definitions, the first one from British standards, it's talking about the effective integration of physical, digital, and human systems in the built environment, but also recognize that the ultimate goal is to deliver a sustainable, prosperous, and inclusive future for its citizens. So it does highlight the sustainability elements of it. So you would argue that prosperous future and citizens are a part of a broader concept of sustainable development. Next, from the IBM, even though this is the technical giant, so the definition is highly technical, but still you can see they recognize some of the sustainability or sustainable development elements, such as the interconnection, such as the limited resources, that again recognize the importance of the sustainability. The next one is from European Union, that again talking about the efficiency, talking about the benefits of inhabitants, talking about the businesses. So again, it's about the stakeholders, how to ensure that stakeholders are engaged and that these benefits are delivered to these stakeholders. The next one is from OECD, again talking about the well-being of the citizens, talking about the efficiency, talking about sustainability, talking about inclusive urban services, talking about the stakeholders. So, if you go through these definitions, so you'd argue that, okay, so cities and its systems are like a system. So to maintain the function of these systems, it is necessary to use some of the natural resources to fulfill these demands, okay? But again, there's certain impacts of these activities because the use of the natural resources. So there will be some impacts on the environment. In the same time, the system, which the city system and citizens, would also endure the impacts of the nature environment. So Australia, for example, has been dealing with very hot and dry summer, and back to 2013, 2014, there has been a famous report talking about the very high temperature for a certain period of time in Australia across the country. That report has been called as the angry summer, talking about this very excessive period of time with temperature over 30, 38, 30, 39 degrees. And in the certain days, in some of the major cities, the minimum temperature could be as high as 36 degrees, for example. Which means when you go to the bed at, say, 11, 12 o'clock, the temperature, external temperature, could be still very high 30s or low 40s. So that's create enormous pressure on the electricity generation, because everyone would have the air conditioner on. But meanwhile, that creates the challenge to maintain the well-being of the citizens of the city. Of course, then there's the bushfire issues that has been heavily affect a lot of the communities, particularly in Victoria and also the border between South Australia and Victoria, and also in New South Wales. So, for example, early this year, the bushfire in Kangaroo Island, which is one of the best sightseeing places, has been basically been destroyed. A lot of places has been destroyed in the Kangaroo Island because of the bushfire. So at the moment, there's been a lot of clean-up activities over there to basically to deal with all this of this waste, and also to recover from the bushfire, which means there'll be a lot of new buildings going to be put up. Of course, there will be something we have to think about to make sure that to deal with the future potential hazards like a bushfire in early this year. So the fireproofing will be absolutely important consideration for the future consideration. So yesterday I had a meeting with engineer from the Department of Environment and Water. So he actually has highlighted that there are a lot of challenges even in the national code to recognize that the future planning issues associated with the even with just with the residential buildings in those bushfire prone zones. So that high risk associated with that could have a lot of implications on even on the insurance companies of the policies, etc. Okay, so that's the smart city definition. And in 2018, Norman has published a paper in Nature's Communications, and clearly this had a key driver has been highlighted, that it's actually to deal with the impacts of climate change, to deal with the expected increase in urban heat island effects, and also the extreme events like droughts, like flooding, like coastal storms. So in last 6 or 12 months, we have seen a lot of these natural extreme events like cyclones, floods, droughts, etc. So this actually, paved the way for the smart city development to have early detection of the potential events, so that the city and its citizens can be better prepared for those to deal with those impacts. So that's why I come from this point, saying, okay, there must be some overlap between sustainability and smartness. So so in my talk, I'll try to combine this carbon neutral city and smart city. So as I just went through, so the smart city will deal with the climate change, deal with the sustainability, deal with the responsiveness, try to improve the quality of life, to make the city to be more resilient, also prepare for the disaster prevention and recovery, such as flooding and the bushfire. So also what my presentation today will be is structured is I'll go through some of the smart city basics in Australia context, and then we'll go through about the carbon neutral concept, and then I will use Adelaide as example to show how smart cities and carbon neutral city can actually go hand in hand. So this slide, you can see this. So that, as Tan just mentioned, this in terms of smart city development, it is not it is not necessary that the government and the community cannot work together. Actually, this has been highly recognized by the government. So the Parliament of Australia has put this together, talking about the smart cities function is to reduce the cost and the resource consumption. So again, this is about the sustainability, talking about engaging more citizens as stakeholders, talking about the smart devices, sensors, and software. Again, this is the technologies. Talking about smart infrastructure, which highlighted the demand of the infrastructure to deal with these demanding software and hardware, and also the data requirements. So it is basically looking at the energy water systems. I believe Simon was talking about these wastewater or utility systems that incorporate smart technologies, and smart technology has been used, and sensors have been used quite a lot in to deal with the traffic congestion. So in the transportation networks, human services, public safety operations, etc. So this has been highlighted as the key areas of the smart city development in Australia. So the government has actually put a lot of money together for this in a smart city and the suburbs program. It's 50.
For Australia in Adelaide now, because like previously, by the time I went to Australia, I found that it is like they have, like, for example, the maximum limit in the internet connection usually. So has that been removed or not now for the like mobile?
You mean the speed limit?
Yeah.
It varies. So I can only speak of Adelaide, because even I've been traveled to a lot of other cities in Australia. I didn't drive at all. I was a bit lazy, so I didn't drive. So I didn't really pay attention to the speed limit. But in Adelaide, predominantly in the established areas is 50k.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the major roads it will be 60k. But in a lot of very high density zones, the speed limit has been dropped to 40k.
Yeah.
So are you talking about using the smart technology to detect the speeding?
No. The internet speed. I mean the internet connection.
Internet. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. I was sorry. Yes, it's still very slow. So actually, this is very controversial. You probably have heard of this NBN. The national, I don't know what's NBN network. I'm using NBN network, so to replace the ADSL 2+, and we were promised that the speed will be faster, much faster. And to be honest, I can't tell the difference. To be honest, and now we are talking about using the 5G network. Yeah. But I'm going to talk a little bit about what Adelaide is doing. That is 10 gig city. So basically, but that's only for the CBD, the commercial buildings in CBD. So that has been expanded to other areas, but it's predominantly for commercial buildings. So that predominantly for providing the high-speed connection, fiber connection for those commercial buildings, not for residential buildings, not for houses. So we're still using the NBN network, which is a lot of people call it as a failure, but I think it's probably a little bit better, but definitely not as didn't reach the expectation. We have very high expectation of NBN, but it was not as good as what we have been promised. Okay. So Rita, you're talking about this could be a part of a smart infrastructure.
Yeah. Because
no, I don't think that's the case though. NBN, I don't think it's a smart infrastructure which I'm talking about. It's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more about like what I'm going to talk about a bit later about Adelaide case study. That is really about the high speed connection for those commercial buildings. Okay. All right, so the government put the $50 million packages for the smart city and the suburbs program, and that has been signed up by a lot of cities. Actually, and then the government has been assigning a lot a lot much more money, to I think it's 10-12 cities to help them to develop the smart city platform, particularly the infrastructure. So there's a smart city plan, which is in 2016, basically talking about the smart technologies, but importantly to improve the sustainability of the city and also drive the innovation. Okay, so this is in their page number 4. So for timing purpose, I probably will skip these slides because I have another 50 slides to go. I really want to finish in 1 hour so we can have good amount of time for discussion.
Okay.
So, and then there's the National Cities Performance Framework. So all these are linked with each other. So this is a definition from the Parliament, and then this the program to assist cities to develop the platform, the infrastructure, and there's a plan to talk about the overarching the goal of the in terms of smart city, and then this is a framework, cities performance framework, to measure the performance of the cities, and smart list is one of them. So in the end of the day, as I keep emphasizing, this to develop smart city is not for the sake of developing smart city. We develop smart city is on the purpose of achieving something, and they are bound to be measured by a kind of framework, performance framework. So whether or not we put something together to achieve that performance is going to be measured by this. So basically, this framework is used to track the progress and performance of the cities. Okay, and at the moment, 21 largest cities has been measured. So when we talk about the large cities, it's the 80,000 people. It's much smaller scale if you look at the Asian cities, like in Hong Kong, a lot of cities in mainland China. That's very small city, but in Australia, if you look at the geographic, demographic, that's predominantly, what we're looking for the big cities, as we have a lot smaller towns with the whole population probably less than, say, 500 people altogether. So then we look at the priorities. So there are 6 priorities. So the jobs and skills, infrastructure and investment, livability, sustainability. So again, you can see sustainability is one of the priority policy over there. Number 4 is innovation and digital opportunities. Number 5 is governance, planning, and regulation. So again, Tan has highlighted how important it is of the governance and how important the regulation will play to make sure that this data, this platform, this infrastructure are not on bad hands. So it have to be in the good hands. And also about the housing, the housing quality has been, and also about the affordability of the housing has been long debatable. And there have been a lot of research talking about how we could possibly do to improve the affordability, as the recent research has shown the affordability of housing, particularly in those big cities, has dropped a bit. So when we're talking about in some Asian cities where young people don't want to leave their parents, we start seeing that in Australia. Okay, we have seen some, not many, but we have seen some young people actually come back. They left their parents, after they went to university or went to work. But the recent media reports have shown that some of them just struggle to maintain, their kind of quality of life, and they are going back to live with their parents. So the affordable housing is another critical issue that the city performance framework is trying to deal with. So that's the way it looks like. So, but predominantly, automatically is looking at productive and the livable cities, because all you hate to see is it could have the most sustainable and livable city where nobody is getting a job, and not getting their demands being fulfilled. So it is important to make sure that there has enough opportunity for everyone to enjoy the better services, but also have a job for them to do. So if you look this definition, or not definition, but 3 generations of the smart cities. Okay, this is from KPMG, published in 2019. Sorry, it's a report called Smart Cities: A Snapshot of Australia in 2019. So clearly, you can see there's this gradual transition from technology to citizens. So again, human being or end user oriented transition. And you could argue that's a very similar transition even in sustainability area, like when the green building was first being put forward as a kind of a new concept that has been heavily branded as a way that is going to be environmental sustainable only. We're talking about energy consumption, talking about greenhouse gas emission, talking about the waste production reduction, etc. But the last 2 decades have seen the transition of the green building from the concepts, from the definition, towards the practices, and moving more towards the end users. So those people who are using the buildings, are they feeling comfortable? Are they feeling productive? Are they healthy? So I think that trend can be observed very similarly in the smart city as well. So when we talk about smart city, I think it's important to bear that in mind, that when we develop smart city, we develop cities for our citizens. So only if the cities can benefit from the smart city platform or infrastructure, otherwise it wouldn't be called a smart city. Okay. All right. So I think I've paid enough way towards this carbon neutrality. So in the next few slides, I'm going to talk about the carbon neutrality. So I think in the last 10 minutes, what I'm trying to highlight is if we think there's a gap between smart and the carbon neutral, yes, but not really, because they can go hands in hand. So why carbon neutrality? You probably have read quite a lot of reports or papers, or you have read some of the news bulletin talking about the climate change, talking about global warming, talking about those the pollution issues, etc. So it is quite urgent because of these concerns. There's a growing level of public concerns about that. So we don't really have to educate people too much about this concept. Of course, I think probably need more education about the way we're doing this. The typical example is about the plastics, that I guess everyone knows that the plastics could cause damage to the environment, but how can we deal with that? How can we, as just as part of our daily life, how can we manage the way we're doing to make sure there's we use less plastic, or at least to generate less plastic waste, so that we will reduce our impacts into the environment in terms of plastic waste, for example. I mean, I don't think there are enough education. We probably gradually have more, but I think that probably need even more widely publicity about doing that kind of activities. And then there's a commitment to the reduction of the carbon emissions is required from all the industries, because there's lots of linkages between the system of the industry, because they are all interlinked. Say, for example, if you look at the construction industry, Of course, the construction industry has been blamed for a lot of carbon emission because we use cement, we use aluminum, we use glass, these building materials, because we need to use these materials to put a building together. We need these materials to put a tunnel together. We need these materials to put the bridges together. But there are environmental impact. There are carbon emissions associated with these materials. And these impacts could have already taken place way before you put them together on site. So when we dig the ground up to get the clay, and even before we send it to the factory to produce the bricks, it's already the environmental impact there. So that has been well recognized as embodied energy or embodied carbon emissions. But again, the construction industry is closely related with these manufacturing industries. So this has a growing level of recognition about this interlinks amongst these industries to achieve better performance in terms of environment or carbon emissions. So again, why carbon neutral cities? If you look at the statistics, cities account for more than 70% of the CO2 emissions globally, and the UN Population Division has predicted that more than 2.75 billion people will be added to the cities by 2060. Okay, so that means that, again, there'll be more high demand of the resources. Okay, and the IEA has also predicted that the building and construction will be responsible for quite a large percentage of the carbon emissions. And a recent report from C40 also highlighted that that's probably even getting worse, because there has been a trend of over-specifying structures of materials, and particularly in the high-rise buildings, because you will make sure the structure does not fail. So there has been trend of over-specifying that in those C40 cities. So again, that can count towards the carbon emissions what already very, very high at the moment. So if you look at this the figure, so Australia has signed up the Kyoto Protocol. Okay, so Australia has outperformed its Kyoto Protocol first commitments period, which is 2008 to 2012, and you can see that it's on the track to meet its target in 2020. So you can look between 2000 and 2013, the economic growth by about 50%. Okay, so and the population growth quite significantly as well, but the greenhouse gas emission has declined. Okay, by 2%. So and the emission per capita declined by 19%, and since 2000, and also 22% by since 2005. Okay, so it's quite good performance nationwide, and there's a national emission reduction target over there. So the government will reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by up to 28% compared to the 2005 level by 2030. Okay, so to deliver this significant emissions reduction, so the government is implementing a suite of direct action policies, such as more than $2.5 billion of emission reduction fund and safeguard mechanism. Okay, for example, more than 47 million tons of emission reduction has been purchased by 2019. So there's a lot of initiatives. Again, I won't go too much detail about this, but the National Energy Productivity Plan, the efficiency of the vehicles, the solar power efficiencies, etc. the target what I just mentioned. There are also the initiatives such as the Commonwealth energy efficiency in government operations that clearly show the leadership of the Commonwealth government, in terms of their own government-owned buildings. There's also the green list schedule. So the green list is predominantly, introduced to allow the tenants to choose the best performing office spaces. And there's a national green leasing policy actually facilitating that. So, so in other words, this can help to stimulate the green office building development, because tenants will be more likely to choose better performing office buildings under this policy. And then this CPD, so it's commercial building disclosure and building energy efficiency certificates, etc. So these are initiatives to increase the transparency and better disclosure. For example, under the CBD initiative, you have to the owners of the building has to disclose the energy and the water performance for all the office building with building area of more than 2,000 square meters. So again, the tenants will have the choice by looking at this the fact sheets in terms of energy and water performance. The BEC also provides such information. So, and then we look at the carbon neutral city. Okay, so this is a definition of that. So this any emission basically of the city will be managed through the purchase of offsets. Okay, so this is a very traditional way of defining the carbon neutral city. Personally, I think this definition can be improved by means of further highlighting the necessity to reduce the initial emissions first, because if you end up with having a lot of emission and then simply purchasing the offset, that really doesn't help. It's like if you buy like a Toyota Prius as an electric vehicle, that's technically is like very carbon positive, but very little carbon emissions coming out of it, because it predominantly uses electricity. But if you end up with driving say 50,000 kilometers a year rather than 10,000 kilometers a year, you will end up with having more carbon emissions. So there are lots of concepts on the carbon neutrality. I won't go through again here, but predominantly, there's a recognition that there's a need to bring that carbon emission of this whole city system down to zero by means of reduction in the beginning and also the offset in the end. So there are a lot of standards. There's an Australian standard talking about the carbon offset standard. There's a British standard about the carbon neutrality. There are also in the ISO standard, and the UK's Environmental Protection Agency has a carbon calculator that can help each city or organization to develop the carbon profile of the entity. So that will help to develop the baseline of the city, what the city is, and then our job is to make sure that we can bring the initial emissions that number down to a certain degree. Okay. So if you look at that, so we have a lot of subsystems in the city. So we have buildings, we have communities, we have cities, and then we have different sectors that provide necessary functions and services to the city, such as the resource sector, such as and transport sector, such as energy sector. If you look at that, that's basically what we are doing at the moment. For example, we are taking buses, or we're taking subways to where we want to go, or we just drive our own private cars, and then we're using the electricity, or we may use the gas for the heating or cooling purposes. We probably have used 3,000 tons of steel to put up this commercial building using a steel frame structure, and we may have disposed 200 tons of masonry waste, and some of them will be sent to the landfill, etc. So as you can see, all these subsystems are there that we are basically associated with our daily life, and the way we are doing this will also have certain impacts on the city as well. Okay. So this Australian government initiative called Climate Active, but trying to bring this carbon neutral energy concept across the board. So as I said, the concept is to bring the emissions down, and then use the offset to bring it to zero. So it looks like it's simple, but it's not really, because I can show you a bit later using Adelaide as a case study that is quite challenging. So in terms of decarbonizing the key urban systems, for example, the energy supply, you could look at using more renewable energy. Okay, or at least use the lower carbon intensive energy systems, such as using the natural gas, for example. Improving the building energy efficiency in terms of giving the retrofitting, energy retrofitting, or using more energy efficient construction methods and building forms, envelopes, etc. Okay. And transportation, as I mentioned, you could use more efficient mode, or even use the vehicle share kind of mechanism. Then solid waste, in terms as good, the new, not the new, but the concept of zero waste, basically producing less waste coming out of the operation. And then we could have a look at promoting the sustainable consumption that is highly consumption driven. So which means we could possibly reduce the waste by means of less demand. Okay. So there's a lot of approaches, as you can see, that we could use zero emission standards for new buildings. So at the moment, Australia in the national code does not necessarily looking at the zero emissions. We do look at the bare minimum of 6-star in the latest rating in terms of energy rating, but it's not the same level of the zero emission we're talking about. We're talking about the electric vehicle, but then of course we have to look at the charging or fast charging or smart charging facilities to allow the better efficient use of the EVs. We're talking about the organic waste. Again, that's a very topical area at the moment, as the lot of households got no waste in the organic bin that could be potentially can be sent to the recycler for the composting, or even can do it at home as well. Okay, so I won't go through that each individually because that will take a lot of time. And I've already sent the slides to Rita, so Rita will. I'm happy for you to distribute the slides with audience if they request. Okay. Okay. I think I still have about 50 slides. Sorry, no, not 50. Probably 50.
It is good enough to have got another 50 slides. No, probably that Adelaide is a special place as compared to Hong Kong, because in Hong Kong it's like a concrete jungle, but in Adelaide there's like what they say. I remember by the time I did the research there, 20-something stories. They say that it is like very tall buildings, and then if there's a 20-something stories in Hong Kong, it is just very short. It is short one. So that like each of the city that they have got their own characteristics, and so Adelaide in itself is a city for which it gives us some kind of a fresh idea as well. So
I guess right. I think we can't find a solution fit for everyone, and I guess the main purpose of the talk today is to show you or to share with you what Adelaide is doing in terms of achieving the carbon neutral city and the smart city. It's not necessary this can be applicable, in Hong Kong or in other cities, but we can certainly see there's some commonalities that, and I guess, the more important thing is if we try to facilitate that we can learn from each other. So, hopefully we can develop a kind of knowledge management system that we can all learn from, like what can be common there, that we all can just basically just teach the information there and come up with a solution that just work for in particular context. All right, Rita, shall we go for the second 50? I'm really conscious of time, sorry.
No, not really. That you still have got a lot of time left, so it doesn't matter. It should be like till 6.
Sure, it's really 1 hour, is it?
Yeah, it should be 1 hour. It should be 1 hour, but then previous speaker, he also overrun, so I don't think it really that matters. So you can just talk about it more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it should be a good topic for like carbon neutral for like those who study research methodology here.
All right, I got a keyboard with me, so which is good.
Yeah.
And that will keep me hydrated. Okay. All right. I'm going to talk about the carbon neutral Adelaide. So this is an initiative, introduced by our previous state government, which is the Labour government, and the Labour government Labour Party is traditionally has been very, very pro environmental. So compared to other parties, in the Labour Party is a bit more pushy, in terms of getting environmental sustainability or social sustainability over there. So this is an initiative from the previous Labour government, which actually has been endorsed by the current government, which is the Liberal government. So we're lucky to see the change of the government does not change the vision, or I would say not too much, in terms of getting the neutrality status of the city. So next probably 10-20 slides, I'm going to talk about what we are doing at the moment in terms of carbon neutrality. So this is the two key elements or key documents of the carbon neutral Adelaide. So the first one is the action plan, 2016 to 2021. The other one is the carbon neutral strategy from 2015 to 2025. So that both plans documents have clearly documented in the overarching goal of the carbon neutrality, also the pathways to achieve that goal. Of course, there are challenges which I'm going to talk about a bit later. So first of all, I would like to talk about City of Adelaide. So for the benefits of the rest of the audience, I understood Rita, you're probably already fully aware of Adelaide, but 6 years on, Rita, there has been quite a lot new developments over here. I'm pretty sure next time if you travel to Adelaide, you probably wouldn't recognize certain parts of the city anymore. Really? Yes. Yeah. So of course, the building you stay in on campus, that's the same. So you will still recognize the building. But on the north, even just on the North Terrace, there are a lot new developments there. So
it should have a very large room for developments, because there's like almost nothing there. I'm not saying almost nothing, but it is like as compared to CBD area, there is a lot less and a lot more green areas.
Well, yes and no, Rita. Look, some of my colleagues are quite uncomfortable with some of the new developments there. Really? Because on the North Terrace, we have 5 or 6 high-rise apartments buildings recently. In last 12 months, there have been 4 or 5 new apartment buildings being built up on North Terrace, and I have some colleagues are very, very uncomfortable with that. They are basically talking about these kind of urban heat island issues, that when you have the high-rise buildings.
There's not the high-rise in Adelaide. You will not have like 60-story high of the residential.
No, not 60. but 30, 40 floors. It's you can classify as high rise already over there. Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. But you may think it's crazy, but you mean talk about Adelaide with a population of, I know what I put it here is 1.7 million.
Yeah.
That's but it's a very, very small city, compared to Hong Kong or a lot of other big cities in mainland China or in Asia. That's a very small city, but we do have a big land, particularly from south to north, we have a large distance, whereas on the west we have we face into the sea, so we have an airport there, so that we have certain limit in terms of what we do, because we do not, but at the moment we do not try to reclaim the land from the sea. So so predominantly, the Adelaide, if you look at that, it's about 20% of the contribution to the state economy, and the Adelaide metropolitan area, hosting about 75% of the population. Okay, so we do have a Great Adelaide plan, 30-year plan for Great Adelaide. So Rita, when you were here, you probably has reviewed that document, which was controversial at that time, because there's a projection of the population growth was enormous. So the figure was, some people are a little bit skeptical about that, but there has been some update of that plan in 2018, 2019. We have seen some kind of new version of it, but again, the aging population is one of the critical issues being identified there. So the population growth will predominantly coming from people moving from other states or the migrants. So, but again, there's a high demand about accommodating the aging population of there. So Adelaide is the hub of the Greater Adelaide's public transport system. So if you live in the suburbs, you will most likely take the bus to the city. So the city becomes the hub. So if you want to go from suburb A to suburb B, it's very unlikely you can find a bus directly from A to B. You will have to go to the city first. Okay, there are some, I think recently there's some new, what they call loop lines, like 100 and 200, 300 lines. They are connecting those suburbs rather than having to go to the city. But you will most likely have to wait a long period of time to get the services. So you may better off if you go to the city, just transit from the city.
I think that it takes like about half an hour time to wait for a bus by the time it is on Sunday or Saturday by the time I were there. So it is the same issue now?
Look, that has been long debatable, and that's something you could call is as part of a smart city solution, that there has been the smart bus stop there or smart kiosk there, that you can see how long you have to wait for the next bus. So I think you're talking about the frequency of the bus services. So I don't think that has changed quite a lot. As I think it's a general pushback in terms of encouraging the using of the public transport.
Yeah. And
you could argue the pandemic actually does not help, as people are getting scared to use the public transport. Some of my colleagues live in the city, that we do have the free connector, so that they could possibly use it to get to the campus, but they refuse to use that. They rather consider to use to ride the bicycle or just walk to the campus, because they generally do not perceive it's safe to use public transport. Look, I'm not advocating that. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying it's not safe to use public transport. I think there's a perception of certain number of people that public transport may not necessarily be safe enough. So there have been some developments, but I don't think that's changed quite a lot, and I think that's also reflect in my next few slides about the challenges of the Adelaide, to deal with the carbon neutrality goal. Okay, so this is the city. So the city, this is the major. So that's the CBD map. Well, this is North Terrace, which I just talked about, and two of the universities have the old campuses over here in the North Terrace. So my university is located here. Okay, so and the north part of the city is more developed than the south part of it. On the south, it generally has been developed quite a lot in the last 5 years. That they have a lot of sort of a high dense, not high dense, but mid density developments like townhouses or apartments being built over there in the last 5 years, and that's called North Adelaide, and that's again most this area is used for the residential, like again is middle density, like apartments, buildings. There are some single dwelling as well, but very you can see more multi-story building over there in that area, and that's the area most likely to be used for the commercial buildings like offices. And you can see generally it has been surrounded by the parklands. And this is the river, Torrens River, to go across the city. Okay. So in terms of creating the zero carbon neutral city, it's basically this ongoing investment in the large wind energy projects. Again, as we're talking about, the resource as the electricity production is one of the biggest contributors to the emissions. And in 2018, more than half of the state's electricity are sourced from the renewable sources like wind and solar. And by 2030, the goal is to achieve 100% from the renewable energy. So in fact, the city of Adelaide has signed agreement with a electricity provider that all the council owned buildings will use 100% renewable energy. Okay, and then there's of course there's the strong track record in terms of the dedicated budget. So for example, we're looking at if you look at the emissions, the transmission from the natural gas has been increased. All right, so if you look at the city switch green office programs, that's been used quite a lot, so that people can, the users of the tenants of these businesses, they could possibly switch to greener office spaces. Then there's the Solar Saver Adelaide, and also the electric vehicle charging facilities has been built in those shopping centers, and essentially it is there's a very good policy for those users of the electric vehicles, as basically you can park your car over there and just put the charger on, and the only thing you have to pay is the charging fee, which is basically the electricity used during the charging place, and you don't have to pay for the parking. And it's quite expensive to park in the city. You will end up with paying like $18 to $20 a day. So you actually save $20 a day. And in times of 365 days, that's a huge amount of money. And then there's a network, Atomic Carbon Neutral Adelaide Partners, which I'm going to show a bit later. Well, University of Adelaide is one of the founding partners. See, there's a huge amount of partner network that all make contributions to that, and you can see there's a lot of energy companies. There's a Smart Technology Siemens. There's a Jeffries, which is the organic waste recyclers. Fulton Hogan, which is one of the biggest civil contractors. There are a lot more. So there are a great number of partners over there to make their contribution towards the carbon neutrality. And then if you look at this carbon neutral, the strategic context, and you can see along the line there are, since 2012 there have been a series of strategic policies that really put the carbon neutrality into the frame. So this strategic plans has again defined the strategic goal, but also look at different sectors, their role in terms of achieving this the carbon neutrality goal. And this one is interesting because it's talking about smart transport strategy 2012 to 2022, and talking about is in the smart transport network to make sure that to bring the transport emission down. So again, that's clearly shows that the smartness could be part of this carbon neutrality plan. So this is the original plan. Okay, if you look at that, so that's the original plan in terms of the carbon neutrality. So this is 2007. That's the total carbon emission of all the sectors in the city system. And the plan was to reduce that original emission across different sectors by 65%. Okay, so there'll be still some certain amount, but remaining, regardless how much you've done, because you still have to use the electricity, you still have to use the transport, you still have to dispose of waste to a certain degree. So that's something we can talk about now to offset it, by means of carbon trading or purchasing a carbon credit. So this is 2013 performance. As you can see, this the total emission has dropped a fair bit. And obviously, look at that, by talking about a lot of solar panels being installed there, though recently have seen more households being subscribe this with the batteries, as the feed-in tariff is getting very low, so it's making more sense for them to use the batteries to store the energy and then put them back for the operating the house at night, etc. So as you can see, this generally there's a descending trend of the emission across different sectors. And this is 2018 figure. As you can see, electricity, so the energy sector still take more than half of the total emission. Of course, the percentage has dropped from 72% to 55%, which is very, very high declining, which is excellent. But transport is getting bigger. So as I said, the transport still remain a big challenge for the carbon neutrality in Adelaide. And this is the current figure. As you can see, the electricity still make about 50%, 54%, whereas the transport is getting even higher proportion of the emission. And if you look at the electricity mix, we are at the moment we already get rid of the coal fire power plant. So we have this decommissioned the last coal fire plant probably 2 years ago. So in the state, predominantly coming from the wind. Sorry, predominantly come from the gas, but there quite a lot come from the wind and the solar. This is actually the one of the probably the largest wind farms are based in South Australia. So we already quite a lot over there in terms of energy. So the electricity still make up 1.5 of the emissions. So that's a challenge we have at the moment. So I think what Adelaide is doing compared to the national plan is quite similar in terms of energy efficient build form, in terms of the decarbonizing the transport, in terms of in increasing the proportion of the renewable energy in the energy mix, in terms of reducing the emissions from the wastewater treatment or the water waste recycling, etc. They're largely similar. Okay. Now the practices what I can show you is that as I said, this is a sustainability incentive scheme. This a flexible finance arrangement for the solar PV energy system, and you could look at using the separate rate mechanism. So this is the incentives schemes what I just mentioned. So as tenants or as a household or as the owner of the building within the local council area, you could apply this funding to install for example, the solar PV panels, install the LED lighting, install the battery system, install the heat pump or hot water system, etc. So so the council has given away a lot of money to encourage the residents to be more take up all these sustainability features. This one, as I mentioned about the city switch, so this is a national tenants energy efficiency program. Okay, so I've mentioned the labels. So this is the energy rating system. Also they also measure the water performance, indoor air quality, and the waste performance. So for any building, for any commercial building with 1,000 square meters of the building areas, they have to. It is mandatory for them to get the neighbors rating. So so again, the tenants will have the choice to move towards more higher performance in terms of environment performance, energy, as I said, energy, water, waste, and the indoor air quality. So that actually has made a lot of move in last 24 or 36 months. So Rita, when you were here, did you take the Tyndall bus?
Which one? Take the what?
This one.
This one? That one?
Have you ever taken this one?
No, I don't think so. That one is. I've taken the shuttle that goes around the city, but I don't think that is the one that goes around the city, right?
No, this one is the free connector go around the city.
Free connector, yes. I did take.
No, but this is the Tyndall bus. This is the solar bus.
Oh.
So can you recognize this picture? Do you know where is this street? No.
Well,
this is King William Street. That's what I'm saying. When you come here, when next time we visit, you wouldn't recognize this because the tram, the tram actually has been extended. So normally, I think when you were here, the tram only travel from the
two cargoes.
Say.
I mean, it has been like lengthened in terms of the whole train. It is a bit longer, I think. It is longer.
It has been. That network has been expanded. So normally it has been used from the Victoria Square to the Glenelg, the beach, right? Yeah. So that has been extended from the South Terrace to the North Terrace. So if I can go back to the map of the city, so normally it would come from here, from South Terrace to that way to the Glenelg, right? Remember, Rita? So that's the original route. So what happened is the tram line has been extended towards north, towards the North Terrace, and then turn left to along the North Terrace and go all the way to the entertainment center. Okay, and then later on, they also set up a new line from that connect towards the eastern side of the city. So that's another line to the Botanic Garden. So that's a Botanic Garden. So that's another tram line going over there. So that's one of the things what Adelaide is doing, trying to sort of promote decarbonization of the transportation, because the tram is electrified. So in terms of carbon emission is much lower than the diesel engine or petrol engine vehicles. Okay, so that's the solar bus we're talking about. It's a solar bus, where the council is use it for commuting people from the city to within the city. So you can hop on the bus free from one place to the other within the local council area. So you use a solar battery. Use the battery which has been basically been charged in the using the solar panel system being installed in the local council owned buildings on the top, on the roof.
Does it support the whole traveling, or just support the for example, the air conditioning that is what is happening in Hong Kong in some of the bus?
This one?
Yeah, because some of them they can actually support the travel within a short distance, while some of them that they can, like the solar panel, they can support the electricity only. Like the case in Hong Kong, that some of the solar bus they can support the air conditioner, but not actually traveling from one place to another.
I know, I agree. That's what has happened before that. I remember one day it was very hot summer, 38, 39 degrees. When we get the bus, hop on the bus, we thought we're going to have like a very cool, nice and cool ride, but no. Everyone was standing there trying to wave something, try to get some kind of air movement. Perfect ride. This it was, you probably not have enough, capacity, to run with the air conditioning system. So the driver end up with, but only allowing just like ventilation, just with like air fan, just with air. But when you get an external air temperature of 39 degrees, you wouldn't expect that the airflow coming out of the vent system is cool enough. So we get some air, but it's very warm air within the bus. But anyway, that's probably not the experience I should talk about today. But so you can see there's something Adelaide is doing. So you can see this electrified tram system, and then there's a solar bus, and all these ordinary bus actually have used natural gas, or some of them use the electric bus as well. So that's generally the city council is doing, trying to promote that kind of decarbonization of the transport system. And this is what I was talking about, the charging system. So this is, again, you may end up with paying $15, $18, $20 per day to park in this area of the city. This is in the near the Chinatown. You will end up with paying $20, for the whole day. But if you drive the electric vehicles, and if you park over here, put the charger on, basically you only have to pay the electricity cost, which you end up with paying anyhow, because you need to recharge your electric vehicles. The solar panels, that's not new at all. So there's a lot of solar panels installation in some of these commercial buildings and also the residential buildings. In the past, there have been quite a lot of installation of the solar hot water systems, rather than use the solar panel to produce the electricity. They have been used quite a lot to warm up the water to use for the domestic hot water systems. Recently, there have been some households got the subsidy from the government to install the battery. Okay, so this is the this is on the roof of one of the council-owned buildings. So that Tinder bus use the battery that been recharged by the electricity produced by these panels. Okay, so this is the battery that have been installed with the lot of that wind farms and potentially with the solar farms as well. That to deal with the intermediate nature of this kind of renewable energy. So what happened is all the electricity being produced will be stored over there, and at night, for example, that can be used be released for the operation purpose. So Uni Adelaide is one of the founding partners of the Carbon Neutral Adelaide. So we have the campus sustainability plan to basically talk about the investment and also the initiatives to achieve this to contribute towards the Carbon Neutral Adelaide grant plan. So in this recent report, we're talking about the energy saving of more than 4,000 gigajoule of energy. But also in terms of the carbon emission, equivalent with nearly 600 tons every year. This is every year. So, and we were talking about carbon neutral campus, though it is challenging as well because
is that really neutral? Because in Hong Kong, that some of them they just call it as a carbon neutral, but what they say is that probably in terms of lab that is possible, but in reality, cost will be deadly high.
Yeah, I think but that's what some of my students are working together to come up with a plan for the campus to be carbon neutral. So, but again, as I mentioned, the key issue is about the system boundary. So where do you draw the system boundary?
Yeah.
Where do you include into the system? That's the key. Because if you come up with something with a very high emission in the beginning, it's going to be very difficult because you can bring it down to say 1/3, but no more. You just can't possibly bring less than 1/3 of your original emission, regardless what you have tried. Or alternatively, you can come up with that end up with being a high cost. So do you, as an organization or entity or city, has the capacity to cover that cost? That's another question.
Yeah.
So, as I said, what we hate to see is that we end up with spending a lot of money to purchase the carbon offset. I don't think that's the way to go. I think a lot of colleagues would agree with me that if you end up with simply just spending money, so you will still use a lot of resources, but I got enough money and I'll just purchase the offset. I will just purchase a carbon credit. I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think that's the way to go anyhow. But maybe that's somebody may perceive that's one of the options, but I don't think so. So it is a challenge, Rita. I agree with you. It's a challenge. It is not impossible, but it's a challenge. But I think it need a grant plan first.
Expensive. I mean, it will be very expensive. Like for example, solar panel that you have to install a lot of solar panel in order to run some part of electricity. Like if they use wind turbine, that is almost a crap energy source, and then you have to you have to install even more wind turbines. So ultimately, the question is that cost effectiveness? I mean, for the university, probably that may not be, and cost effectiveness may not be a concern because we have to do experiments so that one day that will be carbon neutral. But then, how much percentage in terms of University of Adelaide, how much percentage of the energy can be generated by the clean energy source, so that it is moving towards the carbon neutral city campus, university campus, for example?
Yeah, look, I think you have to make a baseline. As I said, it really depends on what you include in the system. Yeah. I think the challenge would be, when you have a company, it is comparatively easier to deal with, because if you say now, if the company want to be a carbon neutral company, it's because everyone you're dealing with you're talking about the operation of the company, which is smaller. Well, I'm talking about, I'm not talking about large multinational company. I'm just talking about any, like medium-sized company, largely because most of the people are, like a permanent, they are very closely related to the operation of the company. They are with the company for a certain long period of time. But for the cities, I think that's a challenge. What I will review very soon is that a lot of people, for example, in Adelaide, we're talking about, say, for example, the tourism. What are you going to include that tourism into the system? I think we need to incorporate in. We need to consider that. But again, the tourism performance, the industry's performance is highly dependent upon the visitors. It highly depends on the tourists themselves, their behavior, their way of, touring the different, places. If they are producing enough waste, for example, regardless what you have tried to, say, for example, you have managed to set up the infrastructure in place to deal with what you think will be produced by your citizens, your residents. But the tourists may come out with another layer of the waste that you may not necessarily be able to produce, be able to treat, within the system, and that will become an extra amount of emission coming out of the, what your normal equation is. So which is difficult because it will be probably hard to predict what would come up with from that process. So of course you can do more education. Of course you can promote by means of programs to educate the tourists, for example, to be more aware of what they are doing and their impacts. But there's a certain level of uncertainty there, I guess. So yeah, so I guess it is doable, but we have to set up the baseline properly.
Yeah, the cost will be like very high, I think. Even though that solar panel is very common in Adelaide, because I remember that when I went there, we can buy solar panel easily, even in the wet market. So this is still not the case in Hong Kong now. Buying the solar panel in the wet market, we may be able to buy the solar panel in some of the electronic company, but then it does not mean that all the wet market we have got the solar panel purchase. But I think it is still not that low, I think. So I think it is probably it is like just a kind of energy saving, yes. But if that is like totally carbon neutral, then we have got a carbon neutral building in Hong Kong. But that carbon neutral building is rather small. It is a small building. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I didn't have a chance to talk about the carbon neutral commercial building today, but this one building in Melbourne, which is the first ever carbon neutral commercial building over the world. It's, as you said, it's very small building. Again, it start with the initial emission. If the initial emission is very high, it's going to be more difficult or more expensive to get carbon neutrality over there. So again, it is not cheap, as you said. It's not cheap. There are different way of doing that. So apart from solar panel, there are other way of heat pumps, for example. They're also talking about using design a very special type of concrete mixing technologies to bring the concrete emissions down. So again, as you said, but if you're talking about building is much. I won't say much easier, but it's simpler. If you look at the systems within a building, that's comparatively simpler than or campus or the city level, because the campuses have a lot of buildings and then have a lot of other facilities and outdoor areas, for example, that they could really well affect the carbon performance of the entire organization. So when we get larger scale, I think this gradually introduce more complexity, and normally we associate with more cost. It's not necessary, but it's most likely you will end up with having to spend a bit more money to achieve that carbon neutrality. Okay, so is that okay, Rita? We go ahead to finish my slides. I think I still have probably 20 slides. Sorry.
Okay, sure.
So I'll go quicker. Okay, so that means we can have enough time for discussion. So really apologize for that. So I like to show another case, which is
Horsley Park is a new park in Adelaide.
No,
really?
You haven't been there before, Rita.
Oh,
so
I
that's
think
saying
I've been there because the name is so stranger to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Rita. You went to the wrong sightseeing. You should go this side, not those sides.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go to Random Mall and then some other mall instead of the.
Yeah, and you went to wine. You went to the winery, right? You enjoyed the wine. So, now look, Horsley Park is has been one of the main engines of the innovation in South Australia. So it used to be the Mitsubishi factory that produced a lot of different kind of models of Mitsubishi cars. Before that, it was Ford. So and then will be changed over hands to Mitsubishi. So in 2007 or 8, so Mitsubishi decided to withdraw the operation from Australia entirely. So even the federal government has made the efforts to keep them, but it seems that Mitsubishi has been determined to withdraw. So it's a very good site in terms of location. I'll show you. That's a location of it. So that's the Horsley Park. That's on the south part of the city, not too far away. It's about 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers away. Okay. The total site is about 61 hectares. It's a huge site, as you can imagine, for the car manufacturer. And they also have got a lot of this is a there's a South Road. There's one of the major roads in South Australia, connecting to the city through the Anzac Highway. There also the rail line to go directly towards the site. So it's quite good location. And at the time when it was Mitsubishi announced to withdraw from the operation, they were talking about losing. They were talking about the implications immediately. Is about the losing about 3,000 staff members. Okay, so these 3,000 people lost the job. So where are they going? So basically, the government's job is to make sure these people can find a job. They can use their skills they already have elsewhere. They're also talking about this confidence, in the manufacturing industry in general. So, and in fact, a lot of other car manufacturers are withdrawing from the Australian market following that. Like Ford and Toyota also withdraw from Australia recently. So this actually has been used as a pilot project from the state government in terms of to have a look at how we can make most of the land resources over there, and how we can make most of the existing facility and structure over there to stimulate the local economy and the social development. So again, this talking about the innovation, talking about using as a key example of the innovation hub that to promote the development of this, and smart city is one of them. As we're talking about the future connectivity, the gig city developed, talking about the future energy technologies, talking about the future mobility, those autonomous vehicle trials over there. But next time if you come along, Rita, I'll take you to hop on this bus. It's a community bus. This just go around the site, but it's a good riding experience. Talking about the future aging like doing the experiments about, to accommodate the aging population in terms of living environment, etc. Okay, so this is a master plan. As you can see that, this is the MAB, the master assembly building we're talking about. This by itself is about 9 hectares. So which is a huge area. But apart from that, there has been some of the residential building over there. It's reasonably higher density, and there are also some business areas over there as well. But in general, that master assembly building has been playing a key component of here. So this has been a plant being used to assemble the cars. As you can imagine, it's a typical industrial building. I think I got photos like this. Okay, that actually is just like single story. Okay, just like a typical industrial building. And when we went there, you can clearly see some of the rusties over there. Okay, because it has been there for quite a large number of time. And when the state government was presenting this site, and the immediate question is how we're going to use this land, how we're going to use this structure, and very quickly someone is coming up with the idea, just get rid of them, because considering the very good location of the site, it's economically it's better just lock this structure down easy, because it's just one story, industrial. It's easy to just break it down and put up like 20-30 story of the mixed use buildings, like in commercial or recreational buildings. and potentially you could argue that could probably the best use of the land resources over there, because basically you build up, you can make most of the land over there. But the state government has done quite a lot of public consultation that clearly this has a strong desire of the local residents, including those Mitsubishi staff members and previous staff members. They preferred to keep this structure in place. So what we can do is this. So what happened is there have been a lot of changes of there to make some of the spaces. So of course you can argue that by means of keeping the structure rather than breaking it down, that can save a lot of carbon emissions and also reduce a lot of waste. So this is what they call the urban farms or urban gardens. So basically, there's no glass over there, so you can basically allow the water go all the way to the garden bed. And then there was also reflection of the social elements over there. So this, as I said previously, this is the Ford factory producing the Ford cars. I don't know, some of you are aware of the Ford Charger model, which is very popular in 1970s, 1980s. So to recognize that, there's been a cafe built in the master assembly building, looking similar to that shape. Okay, to recognize that. This is autonomous vehicle, not the same, not the buzzword I just mentioned, but this is the designed by Origo, this local company, designed a very small autonomous vehicles that can accommodate I think four people every time. So basically, it will just go around within the master assembly building. What I didn't show you is over here. There's actually a person sitting over there to set it up. Once it has been set it up, it can go all the way. It does not need any intervention. So in the end, actually, that person followed the vehicle, because the vehicle traveled very slowly. I think even not as fast as I walking. But I guess for the security purpose, for the safety purpose, that's just been set up that way. That's the smart bus stop we just talked about, Rita. So next time I'll bring you over there. Hey,
this one should be new.
It is very new. This is very new. So I don't think I got yes. So what's happening there is this camera there. So what we would argue is, in some sort of scenarios where the bus stop is overcrowded, so even the bus came in, take probably 20 passengers, and then you have to be sent out because there's no enough capacity within the bus.
Yeah.
So this camera over there, so basically can calculate or estimate the number of people, the number of passengers within the space, and then communicate with the server on the behind the scene that whether or not.
Have the people asked like whether or not that there is a privacy issue or something like because in Hong Kong, whenever we have got like something that is camera as such, they just ask a question whether or not that there is a privacy issue or something like.
Sure, I guess but they do not necessarily talk about. So it's different from the facial recognition. Yeah, they do not necessarily try to recognize the face. Okay. It's more about detecting the number of the passengers. So I don't think the level of the precision or the accuracy is that high, but basically I think it will be good enough to just to communicate with the server about whether or not they have to send another bus in. That's just the purpose of that. Of course, in the future, I guess it could be built into more functions. If we really talk about the bus stop, I think Rita, when you hear the bus stop over here is very simple. That just got the stand with like a cover on the top.
That in Hong Kong, because they have got a number, they have like show in some of the bus stop, they show like the next bus will need to wait how long, or the next bus is which number, so that they have got a signage there. Yeah. But this one is something for which is very new to me.
It is. This is from Sage Automation. They're trying this, within the Tonsley Park. So as I said, the next time if you come here, I'll take you over there. But just just to have an experience of that. Hopefully, you better come here fast or quicker, okay? Because I don't know whether they are going to change the location. I don't think so, because they are piloting this out with the hope that being taken up by the government for a larger deployment. But it's like a kind of a demonstration of how these technologies can be used, basically to assist providing better services to the local people, basically. So again, this could fit into the smart city border concept of that, you would imagine. So I'll finish a few slides over here, basically about the smart city plan of Adelaide. So there's a program talking about the smart city program. Okay, so basically talking about the smart lighting, smart car parking. The 10 gigabit Adelaide is a key program. As I said, is basically talking about acknowledging the need of the high speed internet connection. So in fact, this is on top of what in the NBN program has been announced. Adelaide still go ahead with the 10 gigabit program, clearly identifying that the NBN wouldn't be able to accommodate that demand. So that's only available in the CBD, but on the commercial building owners or tenants will be able to enjoy that high speed connection. And then there has been has been used quite a lot in terms of the environmental monitoring, such as CO2 emissions, dust, sound, and temperature, as well as the water, such as the wastewater treatment. And then we look at the city deal. This is the deal the Adelaide City had with the Commonwealth government. So we're talking about $650 million of the funding to develop Adelaide into a smart city. So there are quite a lot of projects currently undertaken. So Rita, when you hear the Royal Adelaide Hospital is still on the eastern side of the city, right? Yeah. So that has been moved to
for many years already, I think.
Yeah, that has been moved to the west end of the city now.
What?
So
it has really moved.
It has moved.
It was a very large project, largest one in the southern hemisphere.
It is probably the largest one, even in the global scale. I was told that it's talking about, I think it's talking about $20 billion of the budget. Sorry.
So that one was moved already.
Yeah.
How come? So it means that there are like some kind of, or it has changed the use, or
No, so what happens? We build a new hospital, new Royal Adelaide Hospital on the west end of the city. Now the old hospital. So when the change over, like I think it's talking about a few hours. Because most important thing is you can build the new building over there, but most important you need to make sure the medical software and hardware can work, and then you need to make sure all the patients can be transported to the new site, safely. All right.
So why that it was moved in such a short time? It should be like by the time I was there, it was still under construction. It means that it has not yet been completed. So within like 3 or 4 years, then it has already been changed into like another site. So why?
Yeah. Well,
that site was used for building tall buildings.
Yeah, no, sorry. The new building is very tall. The old buildings are not very tall. So the old buildings some of them been demolished. Some of them are retrofit and upgraded for other purposes. So so one of the buildings is going to be used what they call the Lot 14. That's going to be another innovation hub of the state.
Yeah.
So the space industry headquarters will be located there. So there'll be another highly innovation hub going to be set up over there. So there's a huge project over there in terms of converting the existing buildings to a new mixed use of the buildings at the moment. So again, that's going to be a very interesting case study as well. If you look at how that could contribute towards the broader context of the carbon neutrality and smart city development.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, and I'll just go through the last few slides, Rita, and I promise I will stop. And there's a data set. So when we talk about the smart city, we have to talk about data. So the data is the backbone of the smart city. So you're probably aware that both the Commonwealth government and the state government have their open data set. So you can go to the website to get all this open data free. Okay. So what I was told is even the
for this like open data, is it the city data or whatsoever? Like economics?
It varies. So you start with the GIS data, like the location, and then like the population, and with all these amenities, etc. And what I was told is the city council has got the first 3D model of the entire city area. But I tried to log on to the website. I couldn't get it. Maybe because of my computer is not strong. It is not powerful enough. But I think it's generally that's a trend. And when we talk about smart city, we have to deal with a lot of data, and we're talking about this open data, making it available to the public for the use. So this happening, in Adelaide as well. So we have a lot of open data sets that we can use free to look at different aspects of the city operation. And of course, there's other practices. I wouldn't mention them all, but you could use what they call the smart parking app to find the best parking. I mean, there's I'm sure if you are driving in Adelaide or even in different cities, but in Australia, you sometimes get very frustrated. You just couldn't find a car park, and you are just you're just trying to rush in to get your next appointment. Cisco is piloting the autonomous vehicle in the busy intersections. So basically, putting the sensors, into different vehicles for that. They also smart bins, that is solar panel powered, that also self-compressing and also communicating with the server about the capacity of the bin left.
Is it all are smart bins, or just some of them are smart bins?
only a very few.
Okay.
I've only seen a couple of them. Yeah, the entire city. I would imagine it's probably quite expensive to do that. So I think it's probably the future, but yeah, it's.
I've seen that in Melbourne as well, but then in some part of it.
Yeah, I think there's a company in Melbourne producing. I think they're providing this kind of products. So again, I think it's not just the bean itself. It's more about the communication channel. If there's no
whether or not it's full, half full, or 70% full, something like that.
Exactly. If the bean cannot communicate with the server about that, then it's useless. You'll be similar. You'll be very similar to the ordinary bean, which is much cheaper. Yeah. And then there's a contactless pedestrian crossing. Basically, again, using the sensors or cameras to recognize the number of people, pedestrians, from different directions. So automatically providing, sending the signals to the traffic light, station to regulate the pedestrian passing. There's a share solar or the V2G with the vehicle to grid technologies been using as well, that some of the social housing tenants actually becoming the virtual power plant. So they actually, by signing the agreement with the government to become like a seller of the electricity, coming out of the solar panel on the roof.
Yeah.
So the challenges, I'll make sure I'll finish these couple of slides. So the challenges, a couple of challenges, I think is very, very urgent. Even though the Adelaide is doing quite well in terms of bringing down the carbon emissions, the last couple of years we can see that the emission didn't go further down quite significantly. So they're still going down slightly, but not as significant as the first few years. And what you can see is clearly there's emission, quite a lot of emission come from transport. As I say, the pandemic does not help that on that circumstance. Electricity still take fair bit, percentage of the entire emission. So even we have done fair bit of renewable energy production projects, that percentage still remain about 27% or something. So still that's quite a lot emission coming out of that sector. So I guess but it would be nice to see that more green or renewable power supply from not just the state, because you could argue that if you really look at just one state rather than look at the whole international scale, you will end up with just basically you basically send the problem to other state or other city. So again, this is about the system boundary issue, that whether you're going to draw, where you can draw the system boundary. Otherwise, you will be end up with very typical what they call is carbon or the pollution haven hypothesis. Basically, just send the factory to elsewhere that with less regulations. Less stringent regulation. So, and you enjoy the products and services while the pollution actually take place elsewhere. So I hope that doesn't happen. So that's why this probably need to take more holistic approach at the national level and potentially at the global level. So by relying less on the cars, so by promoting more public transport, what will help further to drop down the transport emissions. And food supply is another typical challenge, in terms of the demand of the food, and also that will have the certain implication on the agriculture industry, which is also one of the largest contributors to the carbon emissions as well. So again, are you looking at that? Are you going to include that into the system? That's another big question. So whether or not you're going to take into account the production of the food and transportation of the food to the city, within the city, that's another question. So I promise I'll stop here. So it's a couple, a few acknowledgements. I acknowledge, the Australian government's renewal essay, green industry essay, carbon neutral Adelaide. So a lot of information I connect either from their website or from conducting case study with them. So I acknowledge their contributions. So fine, that's my contact details. So I'm more than happy to discuss with you, and looking forward to future collaboration with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I also looking forward to any sort of the collaboration with Jian again. And then, so any question from the floor? So from the audience, that should be. So the first question. First question. I would like to ask you, do you live in Australia where carbon neutral cities and smart cities go hand in hand? I don't think that is really go hand in hand for Australia now. Trying to, but not exactly that level.
Yeah, I think that's what we hope. I mean, I don't think that has been bundled that way, but I think if you look at it, as I said, you look at the concept, all the smart city concept or definitions have certain level of sustainability over there.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking, but when you think, when we try to put something together, it will be actually more efficient to make most of what of the resources we have. So rather you do two things differently, you actually can end up with doing these two things together. I think that's more efficient, the way of doing things. Would you think so?
Another question is that in the actual construction process, some cities did not pay enough attention to the design of the technical scheme. The demand analysis was insufficient, and the technical design scheme was immature. At the same time, the process of planning the city, the supporting requirements for smart city construction are rarely involved. The lack of a complete construction of the technical framework of the smart city makes the application of the technology to the actual construction process out of touch. Without strong and complete technical design, the construction of smart cities cannot achieve the integration of various information sources. So according to which aspect of the city should we design the most suitable design plan?
Well, I guess most importantly is about what the city want to be. So normally there will be a public consultation process about what the city want to achieve. Yeah. As I say, it's not necessary that every city should become a carbon neutral city. I don't think it's necessary. If everyone can become a carbon neutral city, then that does not highlight the leadership of those 20-odd cities that want to be the pioneer, want to be really taking the leadership, to get in the carbon neutrality status. And as I reviewed, it's quite resource demanding. I mean, more about cost, okay, to achieve that carbon neutrality. So I think it will have to come from very tailored towards each city. What does you have to think about? I think we have to think about. Well, we have to consider what the city has, where the city is at the moment, and what are the resources the city currently have, and what the city wants to be, as being put forward by their residents or citizens. Once that has been determined, then we can think about what is the best in terms of achieving the smart and the carbon neutral city. So I always believe that technical aspect is just only one aspect but what we need to consider for the carbon neutral city or smart city development. And so I think in the end of the day is citizen or residents driven. So I think the most important thing we need to think about is to identify their demands, and then we can find a technical solution for them. So I think there will be quite different kind of perception or demands from people from different cities in terms of that smartness or the carbon neutral cities. And there's a similar thing that we could argue that for even in the building scale, even large, smaller building scale, I don't think it's not necessary that we need to make every single building to be carbon neutral. Right? It's not necessary. When we talk about like in energy performance, for example, we try to cut the energy consumption of each individual building to help to bring the total energy consumption of the entire like portfolio of a company or the whole city down. But we do not want to bring every single building's energy consumption down. It's not necessary. I mean, look at the hospital, for example. Can you tell the hospital manager saying you have to bring it to 1/3 of the energy consumption or potentially zero energy consumption? I don't think that's the top priority for the hospital buildings. For them, the top priority is the patients, right? So you need to make sure, for example, imagine that when the surgeon is doing the surgery with the patient, and he received or she received a phone call from the manager saying you need to stop now because you're using more energy. That's beyond your quota. I don't think so. So as I'm saying,
if there's a case.
Sorry?
Really dangerous if there's a case that you are in the middle of the operation, no energy.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. No, but what's the top priority? I think that has to be tailored for different systems, tailored for different kind of the cities, or also. Okay, so I think to answer this question, I think I don't think there's a black or white question for that answer for that. I think what aspects of city, I think it really depends on where the city is, because every city is different. Yeah. And some cities, if for example, if the city, you would argue, if the city has a lot of water resources, they probably do not have worried too much about the water, for example. Yeah. Well, whereas in Australia, for example, 5-6 years ago, the government spent a lot of money, taxpayers' money, to set up 2 plants to deal with to convert the salt water to fresh water. That's a huge amount of money being spent on those 2 projects, because there has been a fear that it's quite the drought condition of Australia may make the water become quite severe issue across the nation. So the government decided to go ahead with those 2 projects, even though that's quite expensive project, because there's no other way around. If there's no water, you can't keep always digging underground water, because potentially that could damage the underground table. That could also damage your potentially your high-rise building, for example. So sorry, I don't have the direct answer for that, but I think it has to be tailored for different kind of systems at different cities.
So another question is just said that if we want to develop a smart city, it's bound to be applied a lot of artificial intelligence products, which requires more power to support. So what is the main power generation mode in Australia? So if it's like thermal power generation, it is bound to produce pollution problems in other areas. In that case, how to solve them?
Yeah, that's a good question. Clearly, when you ask this question, clearly you have considered this as a system. You look at this from system point of view, so you have considered the power generation as one of the part of the entire system. So Australia is not very different from a lot of other countries in terms of energy mix. So there's still a lot of energy coming out of traditional fossil fuel. So coal-fired power plants, there's still quite a lot, even though South Australia has phased out the coal-fired power plants. There are a lot of other states, particularly Victoria and the New South Wales, have a lot of the coal-fired power plants operating. Actually, we receive electricity coming from at least one coal-fired power plant from New South Wales, and I think it's probably another one from Victoria as well. So to answer your question, I think it's I think it's from carbon emission point of view, it's good idea, it's good approach to use more renewable energy. Having said that, there has been long debate about the energy security of relying on the renewable energy. So there are a lot of debates about that. Basically, you look at the grid, the power grid, and you look at what's in the power grid, the percentage of the renewable and the percentage of non-renewables. I'm not expert on that, but I think I've seen a lot of debates, and one of the argument is once you have a lot of renewable in your power grid, because of the intermediate nature of the renewables, it may become unstable. And in South Australia, we had a blackout in 2017 or 2016, can't remember precisely, but it's the blackout entire state, not even entire city. The main issue is the problem was that the transmission tower that connecting South Australia from I think Victoria or New South Wales from those coal power plant was damaged because of the very strong wind. So we in last probably 3-4 years there will be quite extreme weather, like strong wind, and in that
once not last year, it should be like 2018. Very strong wind, so strong that a lot of window panels were like broken, and then a lot of trees were felled. Yeah,
that's probably because of cyclones. But what I was talking about is not cyclones. I think what you're talking about cyclones. I think that has caused
extraordinary strong typhoon. Extraordinary because we never tried that before. The whole building is like shaking at that time in Hong Kong. It's like
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So and at that time, because it's about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, where there's no much because it's raining. So there was no enough, the exposure to the sunlight. So the solar farms doesn't work. Because of very strong winds, a lot of wind farms didn't work.
Yeah.
So and then the transmission tower collapsed because of the wind. So automatically trick, and then there's simply cut down the electricity transmission. So that caused the blackout of the entire state for probably 10-15 hours. So that's the quite major incidents, and since then there has been a lot of debate about the proportion of the renewable energy in the energy mix. So, and that's the reason the government has introduced the storage, the battery array, to store the electricity produced from the solar farm and wind farm, and also the government has also set up the diesel generation, generators to generate the electricity for the emergency situation like that. So I guess it's good to increase more on renewable energy, but they probably still at the moment still have the space for the traditional fossil fuel, but probably not coal power plant, but maybe the natural gas will have much lower emission from a generation process. So does that answer your question?
I think yes. And then another question, the construction of smart cities has been launched in many regions around the world, and a series of results has achieved, such as the Singapore Smart Nation project, South Korea's U City project, Greater Copenhagen Area Carbon Neutrality projects. So what I want to ask is, what core issues still need to be solved in the construction of the smart cities? How to promote the construction of smart cities in the future?
Yeah, that's a good question. As I said, I'm not expert on smart city, to be honest, but I think if you really look at the smart city developments around the world, there are some commonalities. Again, as I said, it's about the data, it's about the infrastructure to use the data in a more effective way and efficient manner. Yeah. So I don't know what you mean by construction. If you really mean the construction like process, I really don't think the construction process should be taken the top priority. I think once you have, it's like any developments. If a lot of things are already been determined at the beginning in terms of feasibility study, in terms of design, you as a construction contractor, you wouldn't have a lot to change or to alter. So it's more about the agenda of the city council in terms of what's their agenda in terms of smart city. What's the key elements they have identified as for the smart city development? Is this a water? Is it transport? Is it more energy or water kind of those kind of issues, or housing? What are they? Once you have determined these key priorities, then it's a matter of finding the companies who are able to provide those kind of products and services and put them into the place. I think this one of the audience asked a question to Tan in the previous session about the maintenance issues. I think it's a typical way. Again, I think I'm really happy that some of you asked this question, because clearly you look at this from future perspective. You really forward-thinking person that you can really consider like 20 years, 30 years later, what will happen to this infrastructure, and what if 5 years later the new technology is in place? Are we going to replace the infrastructure and replace the technology with the new technology? Will the technology what we're using still be able to handle the data or the demand in 5 years time? So I think the efforts actually, I think, need to be spent a bit more on the beginning of the process rather than on the construction. As I said, if you have planned it very well in the feasibility study and also design stage, construction wouldn't be a big problem.
Another question is about, could you talk about the specific indicators for defining the low carbon cities? So what role does artificial intelligence play in controlling carbon emissions? So do you think that the carbon neutral cities are the product of economic development to a certain extent? Because now many developing countries, their GDP growth and their carbon emissions show a certain positive correlation. So if you don't agree, how to decouple the economic growth from carbon emissions?
Oh, there's a lot of good questions here. Again, I'm not an AI expert, so I as a kind of a construction person, I do know AI can be used to control carbon emission or pollution in the production of the materials and also the construction process. For example, you could use the IoT sensors to connect the real-time data of the whole production process and also the construction process, so that once you got the data in place, you can identify what are the key processes or key areas that with the largest environmental impact, including the carbon emissions and pollutions, for example. And then as a result, also you can use that to predict what it will look like in 10 months time, for example. Then you can use it as a reference to develop a plan to deal with these future issues. So in terms of specific indicator for the low carbon cities, as I mentioned in the slides, that it really depends on what kind of systems you want to put over there. I just list some of them, like transport, like energy, like resources, etc. So for each of them, you could then to define indicators such as for example, you can define the percentage of the renewables in your energy mix as one of the indicators. You could look at the low carbon emission vehicles being used in the entire transport sector. You could also look at the percentage of the electric vehicles in the system as well. But also you would need to consider that infrastructure at least, like when you have electric vehicles, typically but you will have to spend a lot of time charging recharging at home. So but when you have the fast recharging facility, that means you can get the nearly full, like 80% full capacity in a couple hours time. So again, you may say, I want to have more electric vehicles, but if you don't have that amount of infrastructure in place, it's going to be it's not going to be encouraging, for people to use an electric vehicle because they found difficult to recharge it.
Yeah, same very difficult to find a place to charge.
Yeah, but in Adelaide, as I say, there are a lot of places, even in the shopping malls, in the car parks, you can easy to find, the place,
They have got, most of them, they are drivers. I mean, you cannot survive without driving almost.
Well, then you need to have a good plan. I mean, then if that's the case, you will end up with having the hybrid model that if you are very, very uncomfortable with the pure electric 100% electric car, then because of the if you're not charged well, then potentially you couldn't move at all, and so then that means you can still go with the hybrid. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to. It's not necessary for everyone to use an electric car. It's not. But if someone say I want more reliable car, just want a gasoline car, but I will try to reduce the use of that car, because I know this every time I use the car with the gasoline as a fuel, that I will produce the carbon emission. Then I will use very little. It's probably not as bad as using an electric car when you drive 10-20,000 kilometers every month. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. It's really need to understand what we need, and it's more about setting up the baseline, and then develop the technologies and management solutions to deal with that then a target we have been defining at the beginning. So about the decoupling, there's a lot of reports around that. I wouldn't say this. It has to be positive correlation between. Oh, sorry, if I read the question right. So yes, the GDP growth is. It has been reported with associated with the carbon emissions. But what I've seen, what I've showed early this session is that for example, Australia did achieve GDP growth, but the energy consumption increased as well, but not as much as the GDP growth. So there have been a lot of the discussion around the low carbon kind of economic growth, and there have been a lot of indicators being used, such as in carbon intensity per GDP or per capita, those kind of indicators over there. So it's not necessary that you have to pollute the environment, to get to get the economic growth. I think that's probably the traditional way of thinking, but it's not always the case. I think it really depends on, what's the economic growth mode, and if you look at what's the driver of the national economic growth, is more about for example, the manufacturing. It's more about those heavy industries like producing the oil, etc. Those are agreed that will be very highly carbon intensity industry. Then surely that will be probably make contribution towards the carbon emission, carbon intensity. But if the country still managed to get GDP growth on the basis of the lower carbon industries, then it is not necessary. It can actually decouple them. So I would encourage you to read some reports, some very classic reports about the decoupling the economic growth from the carbon emissions.
Another one is about under the current background of the vigorously advocating the construction of smart cities, some local government has adopted the attitude of blindly following the trend. So during the construction process, the construction plans for other cities are copied into local construction. The construction is similar without its own characteristics and has not fully demonstrated its location advantages in the construction of smart city. Devoid from the reality of the smart city construction. So how do we make the regional characteristic of the smart city solution more obvious?
Yeah, I think I answered this question. Let's say no, but that's why it's important to look at the feasibility study and the design. So it's really important that the city council or city government need to take the leadership to have a very good plan in place. So I think it's a good question that as I said, it's not going to be like a one solution to fit all the sizes. It's not possible. But doesn't mean we can't learn from each other. So agree that that when we design the plan, we have to consider very unique characteristics of each city. As I said, for example, is your city more worrying about the water because you have more drought weather, or are you more worried about, for example, as a very popular tourist destination, you may worry too much about that impacts of on your city performance, etc. So then once you have got that in place, you can be in better position to develop the plan. So it is more about, I think it's really about the government has to take the leadership about that. And typically if the government run good public consultation, it would capture that kind of the voices in terms of what the smart city need to be quite unique in that particular context.
Yeah.
So yes, so go to run more public consultations, and the government take more leadership. I think that's probably the answer.
More consultations. But then is it true that if there's more consultation, then the government may have got a weaker one in terms of like?
Well, yes and no. It depends on how you run these public consultations.
Yeah.
So in general, the rule of thumb is if you can make what you have, the information you've got on your hands to your citizens or your residents a bit more, then the residents will be more informed, and then they are in better position to provide some feedback to you. Okay, so that will be quicker, and also you've really got some plan in place, so you just need to be verified or validated by means of public consultation. So I don't think that will weaken the position of the government. But I understood there will be time issues, like if you really need to push something ahead very, very quickly, the public consultation wouldn't help you in terms of time, timing, because typical public consultation would take about a year or two. Like Victoria Square, that is a very small development over there that took a year or two of public consultation. So yes, I'm aware of the implication in some timing, but that's probably not many other alternatives, I guess, unless you got very, very good in-house team that has very good knowledge about the very unique characteristics of the city. But you will be always good to have the opinion from different party or different people.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Because it's like for example, the users, they have got completely different view for like the city planner or even the architects, because actually they are the final users that they live with. So some of them they sound to be like useful. Like for example, those recycle bin in Hong Kong, for example, the original concept idea is excellent, but then ultimately these recycle bin that they are not really transporting the recycled stuff to the recycle site, but instead going to the garbage site. So that is like it has to be like go hand in hand with the users, etc. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think one last question only, because it has already the clock is ticking. It's already six o'clock in Hong Kong. So
it's 7:30 over here. That's okay.
Just take one question. Any one question that you would like to take?
Anyone you pick up, Rita.
Well, just pick anyone. So it just maybe one short one. As you mentioned that to achieve the carbon neutrality, the industries are required to reduce the carbon emissions. But if they do so, the cost of production may increase and the profits may also decrease. So what causes them to do this? So it's the sustainability incentive scheme.
Sorry, Rita, I didn't get your question. Sorry, there's a poor connection over here. So can you repeat the question?
Okay, maybe another shorter one. Different places have different weather. So will the weather have got the impact on the building of the carbon neutral city?
Yeah, absolutely. So even as I say, even look at the building scale, the Green Building Council of Australia has, for example, developed this green building rating tool, the Green Star rating tool. And the credits actually carry different weights in different places. I mean, for example, the city I come from, Adelaide, the water-related credits carry more weights because Adelaide is considerably, having more drought conditions. Therefore, the water issue is more severe compared to other cities. So when you put a design together, if you can demonstrate that your design can help to save more water, you can get more points compared to the same design in other cities, for example. So agree that it will have to be some different, kind of consideration if you look at, the carbon neutral city in different places, because every city is different, and it's very similar to smart city development. It's just every city has their own kind of unique demands that we just have to consider, and the weather is one of the critical issues. I mean, for example, Darwin, which is on the north side of Adelaide or South Australia, technically you don't need any you don't need any heating requirements. For example, but you don't need an air conditioning system with heating. You basically just need cooling, because in general it's very warm weather. So why you have to consider heating, demand or heating load in those design in terms of buildings? But in the same token that similarly, in the design scale, in the city scale, you would consider more about the cooling, demands, to bring the whole city's emission down. And in Darwin, it's more flat. That means you really don't see a lot of high-rise buildings over there. So the urban form is different. The building form is different. Urban fabric is different. The different kind of building materials being used. So which means, for example, from waste point of view, you may potentially look at that different kind of treating capacity in terms of solid waste treatment. Yeah. So to achieve carbon neutrality, I would say you will have to consider different kind of aspects, for this question, the weather condition is one of them. The urban, even the demographic of the population will be one of them. I think that a lot of different kind of consideration need to be taken. So, but I think it's a good question. That weather condition is definitely one of the critical issues that we need to consider in the carbon neutrality design.
Okay, so thanks very much. We are overrunning, so thank you very much, Jian. So hope to see you somewhere in Hong Kong or in Adelaide sometime later on. So thank you very much, all the audience as well. So we will just end up here. So thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about taking a lot of time talking.
Thank you very much. So we are just closing up the section.
Okay. Thank you. See you, everyone. Enjoy the night. Enjoy the dinner.
Yeah, enjoy the night. Enjoy the dinner. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.